Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was established to secure these rights and for the good that comes from exercising them well. This is why the founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth and defending liberty since 1844.
Ready to learn some medieval combat, kiddo? You bet, Dad. Let's do this.
You know, spending quality time with your kids is important, but finding a fun and safe way to do it can really be a challenge. That's where halberds come in. Halberds are the perfect way to bond with your kid while teaching them about history and physical fitness. Plus, they're a blast to play with. So next time you're looking for some family fun activity, grab a halberd and get ready to make some memories.
Come on, Dad. Round 2.
Halberds, bringing families together one medieval battle at a time. This commercial brought to you by the KLRNradio.com Ad Council.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I take a breath, I'm not gonna lose. This is what I came here to do.
Keep on doing what you do, Rick. You're my favorite host. Favorite.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson.
Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. I see some of you popping into the feed here as we get a special pop-up bonus America Off the Rails episode. For those of you expecting whatever, that will technically be happening later tonight. We are moving that one later for now, and we're also doing a crossover event later. So for right now, you get a bonus America Off the Rails. After me, you get the Conservative Curmudgeon for an hour, and then we'll do the Behind Enemy Lines, whatever crossover event as we do the post-election post-mortem as we continue to do a deep dive into the death of mainstream media. Couldn't happen to a nicer group of asshats. Anyway, my name is Rick Robinson. I'm the general manager around here for anybody that might be new, and we usually do this one on Sundays. Tuesday through Friday, I normally do an afternoon show from noon to 3 called The Rick Robinson Show. We'll be taking tomorrow off because I've been working nonstop for like a week because of elections. I almost didn't do the show tonight, but I wanted to make sure G had a lead in because I'm exhausted. I worked until about 3 in the morning, got up at 6 to start over again, and still have only managed to get about half done what I normally do in a day because I'm moving at about a quarter speed. But we're still here. Well, that and I've been making lots of fun of leftists that are having a fit. What I find most interesting is the same people who, for the last 4 years, have been telling me that if I disagreed with the election results, I was fomenting insurrection, are now disagreeing with the election results and thereby, by their own rules, fomenting insurrection, while at the same time saying they find it odd that the group that didn't agree with the election results the last time is agreeing with them now. It's because we don't find anything shady this time. Guys, look, either we've had the rapture in the last 4 years and nobody told us, or 2020 was rigged, because there's like 15 million missing people right now. And considering I'm pretty sure most of the people that would have cheated in voting probably wouldn't hopefully qualify for the rapture. I mean, I'm just kidding. Hopefully they would. But still, it's highly unlikely. So the one thing that I will say is I really wish this man who is pictured behind me, not the crazy chick on the shirt, not the crazy chick on the shirt, that guy, Rush Limbaugh. I really wish he was alive to see what had happened today. And well, yeah, well, technically today because they didn't even finally call it till like 2:30 in the morning. So yeah, it was a long night. We started at 6 my time and I was off the air by about 2:30 my time. This is after doing 4 hours of broadcast work during the day. So if I sound like I barely have a voice, that would be because I barely have a voice. Although I don't know if it sounds cool outside of my head, but I kind of like how it sounds inside my head. So I might try to see if I can replicate this whole gravelly thing that I have going on. Um, and we got the Alan Rayeth in the chatteth saying suppeth. Yeah, I had to. Dude, I'm sleep deprived. Don't mind me if I bust out dad jokes tonight. Oh, so according to Al, campus is super quiet, like a cemetery. So I will say this is probably the first day since I don't work there anymore that I have missed working at the University of Oklahoma because I can only imagine how beside themselves they are. Because Norman, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa have become a bastion of blue. Um, and the funny thing is, all 77 counties still went for him. But I think that's because I think the colleges are starting to lose hold of their, 18 to 24 demographic because they're figuring out people are nuts. But so anyway, so there is a lot to cover tonight, and I don't have that much time because I'm used to doing a long format show now. So we're gonna keep things rolling here. Give me just a second because there's lots of things. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. So we're gonna go here. It's gonna look a little weird because I'm doing this on the fly. But yeah, first thing is I did tweet this out earlier. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this first. Hang on, because I should be able to. So I found this on Facebook. So since I don't have access to Mark Hamill on Facebook, I used screen recorder and grabbed a hold of this and then tagged him in it. I'm going for the block. I don't know if it's gonna work. But I'm going for the block. But yeah, this is this for those of you watching on or listening on the audio feeds. This is Luke Skywalker waking up on November 2024. All I'm saying about that is motherfucking hell yeah, dude. The weeping and gnashing of teeth and all the people from the other side now that are calling for reconciliation and how we should be the bigger people and yada 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 blah blah blah. Let me fix something for you to make it easy. You ready? You ready? You ready? Paying attention? Paying attention? Here, have one of those. Here, have two of those. Here, you can't hear it? Let me fucking turn it up for you. I am sick of being told that we have to be the better people. I'm tired of it. We've tried. Apparently, Mr. Hamill wanted to weigh in again. On the audio side, you heard it. I don't know if you heard it on the video side or not, but I've been told that sometimes that causes interruption with the microphone. So in case it did, let me do this again. What? You can't hear it? Let me fucking turn it up for you. I'm done. You guys have turned me into the monster that you see me as today. I have always been a meek and mild person for the most part when I'm not working. I've always tried to keep my head down, mind my own fucking business, and just do my thing. Now, when I'm working in certain aspects, I learned how to be a more boisterous person because with the work that I used to do, you kind of had to do that. But for the most part, I used to be a quiet person. I used to just let live and let live. That was always my motto. You know what? You guys changed it because you guys kept pushing the envelope. You guys kept pushing the Overton window further and further and further and further. And I'm done. And now I'm saying this to the Republicans. It looks like will have a mandate because as of right now, he's leading in the popular vote. I don't think they're going to, at least not legitimately. I don't think they're going to be able to reclaim it legitimately because they can't really make up for it now without people realizing that they've been doing some shady things. The funny thing is, if you watch some Democrats, they're almost figuring it out because they're like, I don't understand. The media is saying this is a record turnout and she got less votes than Biden did. and he got less votes than Biden did. Something's not adding up. Welcome to the fucking party, pal. Did I mention we play a disclaimer on here for a reason? Because, yeah, welcome to the party, pal. Nothing's been adding up since 2020. We tried to tell you. Now, they haven't made the leap yet to figure out where it's coming from. They still think that somehow we've done something to fudge the numbers, not realizing that it was they who fudged the numbers in 2020 that are making this seem much more unbelievable to themselves now, which is completely delicious. But yeah, I'm just, the one thing I will say, because I keep seeing, people, we need to reach across the aisle now. We need to work together. We need to unite for the sake of America. I'm on board with this, but only for very specific things. One, we need to do away with the filibuster. Stay with me. Just don't panic yet. Then we need to expand the Supreme Court by majority vote. Then we need to pack the fuck out of the Supreme Court while we have a 52, 53 seat majority. Because then even if we lose a couple of squishies, we still got Vance to push it through. Then once we do all that, then we do by majority vote, put all the filibusters back in, the 60 vote thresholds for appointments and all that shit. So it takes them forever to be able to undo it. This would be my wish list. And I'm sorry, I am that vindictive now, but you have made me that way. I've been having those same fits all day. I'm putting that on the screen. I'm putting that over on the bigger side of the screen now. But yeah, Al, who lives in Michigan flipping, keeps sending me into Joker-esque fits of laughter and snarky Schadenfreude. All I'm going to say about that is I have absolutely enjoyed every minute of today, even with as exhausted as I am. The funny thing is, I had decided, because I hadn't written anything today, because we were doing Twitchy live blogging until like 2 o'clock in the morning. I was like, you know what? I'll just write Thursday since I'm taking the day part of my shift off from the radio side. So yeah, I'm splitting my time. I gave myself half a day off from Twitchy today, and I get a half a day off from radio tomorrow. So at least I'm, trying to relax a little bit, but it has freed me up with more time to be on X and watch all of the angst. And it's been so fun. Like that chick, the 5-head chick, Joe on X, who is like beside herself. Then there's this one chick who's like got Esquire next to her name, which usually means that you're an attorney, but apparently she's too retarded to be an attorney, in my opinion. So I'm thinking that maybe it is just an affectation. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. And I'm thinking that may be the case here. But so she's all like questioning the results. And I'm like, hey, Pammy, remember, questioning election results is now fomenting insurrection. Y'all made the rules. I didn't. Sucks to be you. But the one thing that I want to talk about, and I do want to play this or pull this up, because this is the part that I don't get. And I put this out earlier, and I may find the tweet just so I can. Well, no, because I don't have the Fox stuff. I was pulling. Never mind. I'm thinking to myself. Some of you can see the smoke, or would be able to see the smoke coming out of my ears if I didn't wear cans. Just saying. But so part of what is confusing me, and it started last night, is so 4 years ago we had some weird stuff go on, middle of the night, water main breaks, yada yada yada, taking our ball, going home. Got to start counting again sometime around 8-9 in the morning. Then we all got up and the ballot fairy showed up overnight, and everybody's like, what the fuck, you said you were done counting? And they're like, yeah, just kidding, we found the ballots we needed, so we kept going. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because what I don't understand is Fox News is slow walking so many things. And it started last night because the Decision Desk would say one thing, Fox News would say say something else. CNN and MSNBC would be crying in the corner, and then Decision Desk and AP would be over here going, this is closer to probably what's going on. So according to Fox News, the last I looked, they're still showing like 188 for the House for the Democrats and like 204 for Republicans. But as you can see, pardon me, in just a moment, you'll be able to see, maybe. There we go. As you can see, according to Decision Desk, they already show it with 210 seats being called. But the thing that I really don't get is while Fox News is showing less numbers, they're showing more losses for the Democrats and more pickups for the Republicans on their map, which makes zero sense to me. Now, as it stands right now, and apparently this has shifted downwards a little bit since the last time that I looked at it. I think because they were anticipating last time I looked, Republicans picking up 222 seats. It looks like something has shifted. Um, because they were at like a 98% probability of winning. Now they're down to 92.4 with 221 to 214, which is a 7-seat majority if it holds. Now, the reason I say this the way that I've been saying it is I'm a little concerned by how much they are slow walking some of these counts because it seems to me that they might be trying to pull at the House level what they pulled with the national level for the electorate last 4 years ago. Um, and I wouldn't put it past them because here's the thing, folks. Now, and this is one of the reasons why I'm concerned that almost nobody's showing this the same way the decision desk is because everybody's walking at different rates. But the reason this is concerning to me, let me get back off this screen. The reason this is concerning to me is if we manage to flip the Senate, but we don't hold the House, that means all the stuff that we were wanting them to look into doesn't really happen anymore. It also means the Democrats are going to be going to town with a shredder, hiding all the things from us that they did all through 2020 to 2022 because for some reason we didn't really do a lot of investigating of the important things since we've had the House for the last 2 years. But then again, they also pretty much figured that not much was going to happen from it even if they did, so I can kind of understand where they were coming from. But now is the time, especially with him holding the popular vote so far. I still am wondering how that's going to shake out with California because last I looked, let's go back over to the map. Because last I looked, California was only reporting about 50% of the vote. So I'm trying to see where that shakes down. I got to change this stuff here. So let's see. So California, as soon as the map loads, showing, of course, called for Kamala Harris, but that happened almost instantly, like pretty much whenever. Doesn't say percentage anymore. Probably because it's already been called. I think it does if I hover over it though. Hang on. So 58% in with a total of 9,500,945 votes. And he is still leading by, it looks like about the same amount he was when I did the math earlier today. So just a little under 5 million. So with the breakdown, assuming the breakdown stays the same, considering we're talking about nearly the exact same amount of numbers, actually probably about 1 million less. So assuming that's the case, there's not enough to close the gap there unless the thing that I don't like is since they're already shading everything, they're not really telling me where the heavier votes are still coming in at. So there's 52% accounted for here, with barely anything separating them there. That's within 1,000 votes of a little over 1,000 votes of one another. So for all we know, that might actually now this one's more like what I usually expect to see in California. But again, the vote totals aren't anywhere near what you would think for as populous as these things are supposed to be. Again, there's about on this one, there's about 10,000 votes between them. That's with 36% in. So just doing the math, that would be it's going to put them to probably, if the math holds exactly the way it is now, it'll be like 100 and somewhat thousand to 88,000. So that will continue to widen the gap a bit. Now, see, this is more like what I'm used to seeing, but this one has 56% counted, and there's about 800,000 votes between them there. So I just kind of doing the math and running the numbers real quick. I don't think, assuming the breakdowns stay about the same, there's not enough real estate left for her to make up some of the stuff that she's lost with the popular vote. But the funny thing to me, and I didn't really talk about this much this afternoon because I suspected I was going to be doing an evening show by myself, um, is the fact that all you keep hearing from the left now is racist stole America. If there's racism in America, it's now a new rainbow coalition of races because what happened is men came out in droves, but it wasn't just white men. It was white men, it was black men, it was Hispanic men. They came out and said, "We are tired of being made to feel like trash just because of what we were born with between our legs." It's like the reverse of the whole feminist movement. Men have finally figured out that we're tired of being treated like second-class citizens. The other thing that absolutely destroyed Kamilama Hamasnik pretty much everywhere is everywhere she went, election night, she kept having to ask this question.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Because they weren't showing up. Occasional Cortex posted on election night that they had run like 800,000 simulations for the election and that women were coming out in droves because they were pissed. Riley Gaines quote posted Occasional Cortex and said, "Yeah, you're right. We're pissed. The problem is we came out and voted for Donald Trump instead of her." And that's what we're starting to see more and more of. And that's because Democrats have made the same mistake with women that they make with every other voter bloc that they have ever tried to cultivate. They treat them as if they are monotheistic or monolithic in thought and only really have one concern. Abortion isn't the big issue that it was even 2 years ago because it's already been put on the ballot in a lot of places and people have already gotten some of the answers that they wanted to a satisfactory point. Even in places like Ohio, where JD Vance was like, yeah, they went a little further with it than I would have wanted, which is why since I'm their senator, I've had to adjust my train of thought a little bit on how Ohio is going to handle abortion. Now, of course, that's about to be somebody else's problem, which again is another reason why I'm glad we have a solid majority in the Senate. Because I don't remember how Ohio does it. I don't know if that's going to be an appointment or a special election, but I guess we'll be finding out soon enough. I will say this: with the razor thin margin that we're likely going to have in the House, as much as I love Thomas Massey, leave him where he is. They're talking about tapping him to put him into the cabinet. I don't. We especially if we're only going to wind up having a 7-8 seat majority, we need to keep things the way they are. That's my unpopular opinion, and that's coming from somebody who absolutely loves Thomas Massey most of the time. He's like Rand Paul Jr. Pretty cool. The other thing that I think brought a lot of people to the table, though, while we're doing the postmortem, is the Democrats made and I said this today, the Democrats made a really convincing case that when you vote for a president, you're not necessarily voting for just one person. You're voting for the people that they surround themselves with. And then she surrounded herself with a gay guy who is in love with China and a husband that smacks women and boinks nannies. Now, you can say what you want about Trump, and I don't really care. He did this time surround himself with some pretty amazing people. So I think they made the argument too well because even people that I know that were unwilling or almost unable to vote for Trump, once they got a look at Vance and saw Vance in action, they were like, okay, I can vote for him now. Then you add Elon Musk to the equation, and it's amazing. Then you take Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and we're about to turn him loose on the healthcare side of things, the food side of things, and get us to the point where we're not just having this medical industrial complex that is on one hand doing everything they can to make us sick through the FDA and then doing everything they can to treat the symptoms through the FDA so that the doctors and the pharmas and the insurance companies all make bank off of every single one of us. Yeah, I don't think you guys get it. We have become the batteries farming and for the machine that we are trying to fight in multiple ways. And maybe we did miss the mark because one of the things that I keep hearing from Democrats is y'all were against this when Michelle Obama wanted to see about making kids' school lunches and stuff healthier back when Obama was president. I'm like, dude, that was when? It was 2008 to 2016, right? That's almost a generation ago at this point. Just saying, if you go all the way back to 2008 at this point, that's nearly a generation. That's a long time. So maybe we did miss something important. Or maybe it's because we were having the same mindset that I used to have till I started paying attention to labels and how it was good enough for me when I was growing up, it should be good enough for them. Then you go look at the labels and you're like, what the hell is this 14 syllable word and what exactly does it do and why is it on my food label? Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think Gabbard and RFK brought a lot of independent votes to the table. I'm honestly kind of surprised. I mean, not really. I expected there at least to be better inroads in Hawaii with him poaching her. But I guess they were pretty pissed off at her by the end anyway because they don't understand why she left the Democratic Party. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not discounting it. I think that was a big part of it. The one thing that I would have wanted to see happen, and I know it probably would have caused all kinds of waves, but in one of these cases where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was like fighting with the Democratic Party to get himself back off the ballot, I would have been the asshole judge that would have been like, well, technically, I can't take you back off, but we can make a ruling that anybody who votes for you, it goes into the Trump column anyway, since you're endorsing him. That would have pissed some people off. And yes, I would have gotten in trouble by an appellate court. I understand that. I wouldn't have cared. I would have done it anyway. I'm just saying. Because, like I said, I have become the monster you once accused me of being, you leftist bastards. And because of that, this is the reason why we have merchandise like this available in our store. This is our lovely KLR and Radio Yeet the Commies mug. Because that's my next mission. If we keep the mandate that we have right now, and again, I am concerned about the slow walking because I don't really understand why it's happening the way it is with the House unless somebody's up to some shenanigans. And we will find out soon enough, I suppose. But if we keep the mandate we have in the Senate, if we hold the House, because if we have the Senate, even a slim majority in the House is good because that means we can still get things kicked over the Senate and get shit done. But that's going to be my next step. First things first. Trump already said it again yesterday. Promises made, promises kept. The first thing he said he was going to do is close the border. That needs to happen yesterday. Then we need to go through and figure out what we're going to do about this special prosecutor asshole unless he actually leaves on his own. Then they need to go through and turn somebody that we can trust loose on investigating these judges that have been doing all this shady shit with the J6 people. Then he needs to go through and pardon all the grandmas who've been, praying at abortion clinics and the grandmas praying in J6. Now, anybody that did violent shit J6, I say we take a closer look at that and see exactly what happened, who instigated it. Because again, having taken this incident apart and put it back together over the last 4 years, what I saw and what I've heard from radio traffic is it was actually Capitol Police that wound up escalating the situation in the first place and started shooting less than lethal rounds into the crowd, which got a lot of them riled up. So, again, but if we don't hold the House, none of this is really going to matter. And again, if we don't hold the House, what's going to wind up happening is the left is going to get in there with shredders and everything else, and they're going to do away with everything that we wanted to find out about. Because if anything, the one thing that last night has proven is we were right again. It's not an election conspiracy anymore. It's an election fact because 15 million people have vanished between 2020 and 2024. And no amount of, well, they made it easy for everybody to vote, so people voted that had never voted before. Not buying it. Not buying it. Not buying it. There was some shady shit that happened. We all know it. And now everybody knows it. Even the leftists are starting to figure it out. They just haven't made the cognitive connection because all the leftists are looking at is we had this many votes 4 years ago. We have this many votes now, and he won and she lost, and something's not adding up. They're not able to make the leap to go, maybe the issue isn't the election now, but it's the fact that the math isn't mathing if you go back to the election from before. Because again, according to them, there's no way that he should have been able to win. I've seen this over and over and over again today, repeatedly. She outperformed him at the debate. Questionable, but we'll give you that point for just a moment. She was so afraid to debate her again that he refused. I don't think that was it. He debated once with Biden and once with her and was nearly murdered each time. I think that may have had something to do with his deciding factors. Also, if she'd agreed to do the earlier debate with Fox News, there would have been two, most likely. But he specifically said there's no point doing any more because the early voting has already started, and he wasn't wrong. The other thing to keep in mind with all of this, though, is they are still insisting that he had no ground game. There may not have been much of a ground game in the beginning with the RNC, but once they got Rona McRomney out of the way and started bringing in people that were actually concerned with what we were trying to do, there did become a ground game. Now, some of it was outside folks. Scott Pressler deserves the Congressional Medal of Freedom for what he has done in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania as a whole. But he's not the only one. There were already people doing a lot of that work on the ground in Pennsylvania, and they've been doing it for a while. I know because I've talked to a few of them. But he's still the one that got the most notice out of it. And I'm sorry, as far as I'm concerned, any group that helped make Philadelphia looks like it looks right now by looking at this map that we're about to pull back up on the screen again. When did that happen? Oh wait, that's for the presidential. I got excited for a minute. I thought they called something. Sorry, something's setting off my. All right, hang on just a second. I got to get back to something else here. Let's see where we are. Update on the Philly side. Nope, they still have not called it. And I don't really understand why. They are showing more than 95% of the votes in. And now granted, at this point, there's a razor's edge between Casey and McCormick. So maybe it's going to trigger a recount. I don't know. I don't remember I don't remember PA's rules well enough. But it looks like it's 3,328,514 for McCormick to 3,300,894 for Bob Casey Jr. So they are within just a little over or a little under 28,000 votes from each other. But again, at this point, Pennsylvania would just be gravy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want it. I want it bad because I would love to wind up with like 53, 54, especially since Vance is about to get pulled. Because that would put us to, if we get 54, that puts us to 53 while we're figuring out who gets his seat and how they get his seat, which would be amazing because there are lots of things that are going to have to be pushed through in a hurry if Donald Trump does everything that Donald Trump says he wants to do. So, but again, going back to what started me down this rabbit hole in the first place, Fox News has a much different view of the House race than Decision Desk does. Fox News is still, like I said, showing like 187 for Democrats, 204 for Republicans. Now, they're also showing 4 flips for Republicans and 2 losses for Democrats. And again, I'm just trying to figure out the differences because I don't really understand why. It's like this one. They've got 91% of the vote in. There's a pretty wide margin there for the number of votes that have come in. So I'm not sure why they're sitting on that one. This one, and this is what Colorado, US 3. Then we have Arizona, US 6. That one's close. So I can kind of understand why they haven't called that one yet. But I will say this to my friends in Arizona, because I do have friends that live there. Stop trying to run Carrie Lake. She tried to be the female version of Trump more than once, and it did not work. As you can see, with the number of votes that are in, there's not really anywhere from where these votes are coming in from that she's going to be able to make up any ground because this one has 72% of the vote in. Now, she's leading there pretty handily, but with 72% of the vote in, it's only 4,000 people. That means she might, if the trend stays the same, make up another 1,000 votes or so. Same thing going on here. Again, fairly handily. This is with 81% of the vote counted. But again, this is one of the more rural counties, and there's 40,000 votes between them. She might make up another 1,000 or two here if the split stays the same. Then we have another good leading margin here in yet another rural county with 60% of the vote in. So assuming that those margins stay the same, roughly, that'll put her up by about 90,000 to about 50,000. So she might make up quite a few votes there. This one is a lot closer, and I don't think there's as much ground to be made up there with about 86% in. But I mean, looking at the totals right now, like I said, there's like 60,000 votes between them. So assuming that the split stays about the same as it is right now, there's just not enough there for her to make up enough ground to flip it. And even if she manages to flip it somehow, it's still going to probably trigger a recount. So all I'm going to say about this is, again, stop running Carrie Lake. Just stop. You keep trying to do it. What is it Einstein used to say about what was his definition of insanity? Doing the same things over and over and over again and expecting different results. We've gotten really bad about that. All right, so one more quick thing that I want to get to, because we are going to have to start wrapping up here in about 12 minutes or so, because I got to make room for G, and I just realized I didn't send him the link yet, so I'm going to have to do that in a minute. He's about to be looking for me, going, "Where are you at, motherfucker?" I'll be like, "I'm here, I promise. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me." All right, so let's get over to the bookmarkies. I was going to actually, what was it that I was going to play today that didn't work? Let me find that, because there were a couple different things, and my internet started acting stupid at the end. So I played that one. Oh yeah, this one. This one has to be played. One moment, please. And oops. And hang on. I was not in the right position. All right. So now we got this. And God love AI. This is amazing. And again, if you're not following Midnight Mitch yet, you probably should be. I'm just saying.
My fellow Americans and autists who voted for Trump, it's your boy Dank Brandon here. I want to take a moment to congratulate the DNC on losing another election to Donald Trump. You replaced me with a candidate who has the same likability as Greasy, hobo taint, and expected to win, and they say I'm the retarded one. The Democrats said that I was too old, that I was too slow, that I was a joke. Well, here's a joke for you. What do Willie Brown and the 2024 presidential election have in common? Kamala Harris blew both of them. I shouldn't have said that. But seriously, I mean, first Hillary loses to Donald and now Kamala. This man has beaten more women than Doug Emhoff. Anyways, congrats on losing to Hitler again. I hope he locked you all up this time. Dank Brandon out. My fellow Americans and autists who voted for Trump.
All right, I keep trying to go in and change those from looping, but since I'm not the one that uploaded it, won't let me. Also, while I have a moment, we have the perfect number watching us right now, so this is now contractually required.
Giggity, giggity, giggity goo. Stick around.
Just saying. All right, so let's see what else we can get into in the closing, waning moments of this bonus episode of America Off the Rails. Don't forget, I'll be back with this one on Sunday. Don't forget, I am off tomorrow, at least radio-wise, trying to make up for Election Day, because holy crap. Oh, man, somebody added a community note to this one. But hang on, because I already talked about that one. That one loaded earlier. So this one, these are fun. These are fun. Hang on. And we're there. So hang on.
I hate you, you fucking orange pumpkin. You're just constantly one of the most important people in my life. My dad. Donald Trump, I hate you. You will never be president again.
They don't get that they voted for someone who's gonna make my friends' lives hell. My life's okay. I'm a white woman, but my friends are not gonna be okay.
I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing! Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm so pissed off! Fuck! 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 God
Bubba,
damn it!
put the shirt back on, please.
I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing! Oh, Jesus!
I'm scared to go to sleep.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, little Libby. Oh wait, sorry.
Y'all, like, why are y'all Trump supporters? Like, why?
Anybody got a 9-volt? I really want to stick that. I really want to stick a 9-volt next to the thing hanging out of her nose.
Why are y'all Trump supporters? Like, why is this a thing right now? Why is this okay? I can't do this no more. I should have kept my vote to myself because I knew it didn't fucking matter. I knew it didn't.
I go from hysterically crying 1 minute over the pain of this situation and then hysterically crying the next minute.
What have you done to yourself,
so many
woman?
people come together and women from our... I go from hysterically crying 1 minute over the...
It's alright. It's alright, I feel that way too. It's alright. We feel that way together, okay? Let it out. Let it out.
Red Mirage Blue Shift. Red Mirage Blue Shift. Remember, Red Mirage Blue Shift. Red Mirage Blue Shift. Red Mirage Blue Shift. Red Mirage Blue Shift. Red Mirage Blue Shift.
Is all red. I am not going to emotionally recover from this year. What a shit show. Oh, you know what's gonna send me over the edge actually is if I see one post where people are like, oh, make sure to hydrate and breathe and take care of yourself. No.
Okay, sorry. Am I having a little bit too much fun at their expense? Quite possibly. Do I give a shit right now? No. You know why? Because they laughed at us for years. All right, so one bright spot, and I played this one earlier today, but I'm going to play it again because I give England a lot of shit. I really do. Because, you know, we went to war with them hundreds of years ago to get the fuck away from them. But apparently there are normal people still in England. So...
Breaking news here in batshit bonkers Britain, where for many of us Trump-supporting, freedom-loving individuals, it's the best day ever. It couldn't be better here in the UK. We have the BBC in absolute ruins. They were unable to announce Trump victory at 7 a.m. and they said Kamala still had a very narrow margin of a route to victory, even though it's obvious she had no route to victory at all. Channel 4's coverage was shite when it started and then completely collapsed, leaving the channel having to play repeat episode of Friends or something because they had no words to speak about the glorious victory of Trump. And now we have a leader of this country who actively sent over his own teams to try and campaign for Kamala. And we have a foreign secretary who called the new president of the United States of America some of the worst names under the sun. So we can look forward to Trump punishing both of them very hard in the near future. For now, I'm just going to indulge myself in all the tears of all the people who said for all the weeks that they said, oh, it's on a knife edge, it's on a narrow margin. Well, looks like Trump won the popular vote, looks like he's got the House and the Senate, and it looks like most of the swing states have gone red as well, and Georgia by 200,000 votes. I mean, truly, one of the best days ever. Just want to say thank you to all the patriots over in America, to let you know that patriots in this country are cheering you on as loudly as we possibly can. God bless Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, so that's kind of where I want to leave things on this one as far as the fun stuff, because we're going to be getting into that a little bit more tonight over on the Whatever and Behind the Enemy Lines crossover with myself, Stacey Lennox, Gene Baradelli, and anybody else that he can wrangle in to come in to hang out. But I do want to say this, and this goes out to all of you, whether you're new listening here, whether you've been listening for a while. I just want to thank you guys, because one of the things that I was the most concerned about was that people weren't going to do or try to do what a lot of us that are in this business have been trying to tell you to do for the last 4 years. Because after all we've heard for the last 2 cycles was, well, you didn't win the popular vote. Well, you didn't win the popular vote. Well, you didn't win the popular vote. And then, and this is coming from somebody who eats, sleeps, and breathes this stuff. I didn't realize how involved the suicide pact had gotten. So there's an electoral college slash popular vote suicide pact that, as far as I know, was the 5 Western states. It's 15 and the District of Columbia, totaling a total of 190 electoral votes. They have signed a suicide pact with each other that once the votes have started to come in, if whoever is winning the popular vote, and I'm sure if that whoever is winning the popular vote aligns with their way of thinking, instead of following however their electoral college votes break down, they were going to throw all of their 190 electoral college votes behind the popular vote totals. So this is one reason why I've been telling everybody for a long time that the popular vote does in fact matter, and that we needed to give them exactly what they've been asking for, which is a route, and we did. And it's because of you guys. Jen talked about it last night. Texas always starts out looking really, really blue, and then halfway through the night looks kind of purple, and then by the end of the night looks very, very deep red, and in some cases it looks even more red than it did 4 years ago, because there's a county that hasn't swung Republican since before the Civil War, that actually swung, I think, before, may have been before or right after, but it's been over 100 years, and they swung Republican. Another good indicator for the night is the fact that the blue wall fell harder and faster than the walls of Jericho. And we watched it all happen. Donald Trump won almost every single battleground state. Donald Trump won almost every single swing state, and some of them are still being counted. So he still may wind up winning more. You just don't know. But this is one of the things that I've been trying to say for a long time. I get it. To us, the popular vote count is like the hit count in a baseball game. It doesn't really mean anything. And I know that. But when 15 states and the District of Columbia have all thrown themselves into this tizzy that says the popular vote's the only thing that matters, the EC is racist, and we're going to figure out a way to make sure that from now on, for whoever wins the popular vote gets our 190 electoral votes, as long as that puts them in the path to be able to get 270. So with him winning the popular vote, are they going to pull that trigger now? Probably not. But it means technically, unless something changes, Colorado, because they are one of the states that signed off on that bullshit, should have to put their their delegate count in the Trump column. Are they going to? I seriously doubt it. All right. So as we get ready to close things out for the night, just a reminder, you can find me here at RowdyRick73 on X. You can find KLRM Radio on our X feed at KLRM Radio, on our YouTube channel, and also our X channel by the same name. You can find us and follow us on Facebook if you wish. We do stream there, although less than we do here. And you can, honestly, also check us out at klrnradio.com. Find us on your favorite podcatcher. If you can find a podcatcher that we're not on, email me at rick@klrnradio.com and I will make sure that we fix that. And just a reminder, you guys are the reasons why we do what we do. The thing that has me the most excited is I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If this election had gone the other way, I was anticipating probably having to shut down in the next 6 months and go back to work. Not shut down completely, but probably having to go back to just doing it in my spare time when I could, instead of trying to make this and the writing that I do my full-time thing. And so since that didn't happen, and since I am anticipating, hopefully Musk basically kicking wiffle ball bat Linda to the curb, and hopefully Zucker Nerd taking all the throttles off on Facebook, I'm anticipating hopefully things starting to go the other way soon. All right. Well, I think we are going to go ahead and get out of here. So I'll be back with you actually here in just a minute, because as soon as G's on, he's already asked me to kind of hang out for the hour. But we are going to get out of here for just a moment and get things squared away with him in just a second, as soon as I remember what I'm doing. Sorry, it's been a long 48 hours. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Thanks, Al. Kind of feeling like I phoned it in, but it needed to be done. I don't like dead air anymore if I can help it. Bye, everybody. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families
and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has. When you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was established to secure these rights and for the good that comes from exercising them well. This is why the founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding. Because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth and defending liberty since 1844.
Ready to learn some medieval combat, kiddo?
You bet, Dad. Let's do this.
You know, spending quality time with your kids is important, but finding a fun and safe way to do it can really be a challenge. That's where halberds come in. Halberds are the perfect way to bond with your kid while teaching them about history and physical fitness. Plus, they're a blast to play with. So next time you're looking for some family fun activity, grab a halberd and get ready to make some memories.
Come on, Dad. Round 2.
Halberds, bringing families together one medieval battle at a time. This commercial brought to you by the KLRNradio.com Ad Council.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening, everybody. I am so glad to be here with you with my post-election erection. I could not be happier about the turnouts, about the results, and about watching Nancy Pelosi suffer today.
That's the one thing that's the one thing I didn't see. I've been watching everybody else. I hadn't paid any attention to Gam, so I missed that one.
Apparently she showed up to watch Kamala's concession speech, and the picture was just haggardly looking. Her face was sunk in, and she just looked like she was physically in pain. And there are not many people I would ever say this about, but it warmed the cold, dark spot where my soul should be.
Yeah, well, according to them, we're all soulless bastards anyway. So,
well, and that's fine. They can all bite my ass. I have absolutely nothing planned for tonight other than to just crow and talk about election returns and some introspective and perspective takes. First thing I noticed today is that in the wild disbelief among the anti-Trump crowd, the media heads started first thing this morning with Joe and Mika on Morning Joe. They were playing the blame game. They were pointing fingers and blaming this person and blaming this demographic and blaming that demographic. And, you name it, they were going through the cycle. Mika actually left the set at one point because she was so upset. And yeah, I mean, it broke my heart. And the clip from CNN that's getting all the play about the dude that laid down the minute and 10, 20 seconds, something like that, about what he saw. If you look at the faces of Anderson Cooper and I forget who else, Van Jones, I think, was sitting there. They were looking at this guy like, what the hell's your problem, dude? That's not at all what happened. And he nailed it. He nailed it so hard. He talked about they're not Nazis and they're not racist and they're not Klansmen and they're not this and they're not that. They're just people trying to make a living and take care of their families and they're tired of being told to just shut up.
well, I mean, so that was the part that I found the most humorous today, because almost everybody that is having a meltdown seems to be of a particular gender, the one that we're not supposed to know what it is anymore. And
Right.
they're all saying the same things. Like, this just proves that America is racist. How is it racist when we have, now granted, it was a testosterone laden coalition, but it was a rainbow testosterone laden coalition. We had white folks, we had brown folks, we had black folks, we had red folks, we had yellow folks all coming out for Donald Trump because they just want to be left the fuck alone.
Yep.
So if that's what racism is, and this just proves everything that we've said about the left the entire time, because anytime we've ever pointed out that somebody of color was having racist tendencies, well, they can't really do that because they're an oppressed class. You can't, but now they can, apparently. Now they can, apparently. So which one is it?
So let me tell you how racist things were with the Trump campaign, and this is how bad things are for Biden Harris and for the Democrats as a whole moving forward. What happened in the last week of the campaign, or a week and a half? Trump had the big MSG rally, Madison Square Garden. The comedian made the crack about Puerto Rico being a floating island of trash. What did Puerto Rico do? They turned around and they elected their first Republican governor in God knows how long.
So I have one question real quick. You said they had a rally where?
Madison Square Garden.
No, you abbreviated it a second ago.
MSG, so. Yeah.
MSG and everything.
Everything.
Sorry, I had an excuse to play the Uncle Roger clip, but I haven't had to use
MSG. It kill you slow. No worry.
King
we
of
not in hurry for you die.
MSG, king of flavor.
King of flavor. King of migraines too. It can trigger them. Anyway, so it like I said, so many things. I am anxiously also waiting for my invitation to the Rob Reiner bonfire.
That got lost in the mail, but it would be glorious.
That stupid fat tub of goo. In case you missed it, a couple weeks back, he said that if Trump won the election, he would light himself on fire. So I am waiting. And, I hope that when he does this, of course, we know he's not going to because he doesn't have the stones to follow through, just like all these people. I'm leaving the country. They're not leaving the country. You know why they're not leaving the country? Because if they leave the country, then they realize that nobody here really gives a shit about them.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going, oh, please come back and get on Twitter and influence me some more. No, nobody gives a shit.
So I was struggling with what to call this one because I wanted to get something worked in with elections. So I just on Spreaker I went with a tamer title. So it's just basically our day after election recap. But thanks to you, I have our X title now.
Okay, the post-election erection.
Yeah, the post-election erection extravaganza.
There you go. I'm glad I could help. I'm a
Thank
giver.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm a giver. And I'm looking for, do we not have a show link for me, or is it just the one feed?
It's the one feed. I can get you the link though. Hang on.
Well,
Yeah,
I've got both laptops set up, so I was gonna copy it out there and
yeah, no, it's the same feed. It's been live the whole time. Hang on, I can grab it for you though.
I got it. I'm good.
Yeah, no, what I've started doing because I've got thanks to doing this 3 hours a day in the afternoon, I've gotten really quick at separating out the podcast feeds real quick. So I've anytime we're on for more than an hour, I'll usually just separate things out unless it's going to be like a 2 hour thing. So for tonight, it'll be closer to at least 4. So I'm just going to leave the feed running the entire time and just split out the Spreaker version because I've gotten pretty quick at that.
I hear you, brother. I am bam, there we go. It is out there. Okay. So yeah, things to talk about. Going back to the Madison Square Garden show, it was anecdotal at the time, but there were Puerto Ricans that were interviewed.
Sorry, had to be done.
So there were Puerto Ricans that were interviewed as they were leaving the rally and asked what they thought about the joke. And they said, it was a joke. It's great. We love Trump. And everybody thought that was just like, an offshoot, one-off kind of thing. And look what happened. Even in Orange County, Florida, which is like Puerto Rico North.
Pretty much.
I mean, really, Miami is Little Cuba. Orlando is Puerto Rico North. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's got to be, maybe other than New York City, it's the largest concentration of Puerto Ricans in the country. Biden won the Puerto Rican vote in Orange County plus 31 when he beat Trump. Kamala still won the Puerto Rican vote, but she won it plus 9. Now you think about that swing for a minute. You think about that swing. That's what, 21 points to Trump with Puerto Ricans. How the hell does that happen? Well, that's what happens when you screw the country over. You make things harder on people financially. You make things harder on them regulatory wise. They won't work. And God bless them, man. They're good workers. And I don't mean picking oranges and shit like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of people that pick oranges, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's an honest living. It's hard work. Being a professional picker means you're moving from season to season. You're going where the food needs to be picked. It's tough work. It is. It's tough work. And those that do it, man, they deserve to get paid for it. And don't think for a minute that there aren't white people out there doing it too, because there are.
Well, that's the other thing that just drove me absolutely crazy with like the 2 to 3 weeks running up to the election. Because all I kept seeing from all these leftist accounts on X, if you think your food's expensive now, wait till he deports all the people that are picking your food.
Oh yeah,
You guys realize
yeah,
that's
absolutely. It's insane the bigotry that they display, and they just think they're above it, and that it doesn't really. It's not bigotry because they can't be a bigot because they're a Democrat.
But what they don't realize is because they're fucking ignorant, is they basically just parroted the exact same argument the South used to not end slavery over cotton.
Right. Right. Well, that's the thing too, is modern Democrats, they don't realize that they are the party of slavery because they've been lied to so much by the people that are in charge of the party that they've been told these stories about how the party swapped and this and that bullshit that never happened. And they buy it hook, line, and sinker, and then they call us uneducated rubes that don't know any better. And you can throw the facts in their face. You can print it out. You can put it up on a poster board and stick it in front of them with a history book and a voting record to show how the parties never swapped, and they still won't believe it. And I mean, this is what happens when you confront basically they're functional retards with facts. And look, perfect example of one today. Bette Midler killed her Twitter account because she can't handle facts. She can't handle the truth.
Now, did she kill her Twitter account or did she drink Drano like she promised? That's the question.
Well, see, here's the thing with the Drano too, because she wasn't the only one that posted that shit. But again, none of them have the stones to follow through. None of them. Tom Hanks said he's going to leave the country. Tom Hanks already spends 6 months out of the year living in Greece. Why? Because his wife is Greek and they have a house there. If Tom Hanks goes and lives in Greece permanently and makes a movie every 5th year, is anybody going to miss Tom Hanks? Is anybody going to be pining for Tom Hanks?
Nope.
I mean, no. Is he a good actor? Sure. Are there other actors? You bet. It's going to be fine. The Avengers came together and did their little booster for Kamala. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. And stay with me on this for a second, because if there's one thing that I learned from watching the entire series of Avengers movies, it's that your superheroes will let you down. And that's exactly what they did. They let us down. These people, they think that they're so much more important than they are because people, everyday, ordinary people, worship the ground they walk on. Stop it. Quit doing that. These are people. That's all they are, is people. They're not special. They're not smarter. They're not better. They're a lot richer, which is why they don't care so much, because when policy goes to shit, guess who's the least affected? Rich people. They don't care about you. They use the influence that you give them over you to influence you more. It's like the vicious cycle. You worship the ground they walk on. They use that to influence you and get you to vote the way they want you to vote. I think people finally woke up to it because celebrity endorsements didn't work. And to me, that says that a lot of people woke up. There's more people to wake up. Make no mistake. There's some that will never wake up. Don't ever think that that's a bad thing too. I mean, it is a bad thing, but don't ever think that that's not true too, because there are ones you'll never convince otherwise, and they'll go to their grave dying stupid and blind, and they won't even realize it. God,
Sorry,
get
I
that
was
off
work,
my screen.
I was
Jesus.
work. I'm working on getting something else set up, and I forgot you.
I know everybody didn't see that, but
No, they did.
Rick put something up on the screen that was Liz Cheney, and she's nauseating herself. That witch, we've covered her on the show before. She's trying to say, "Oh, I had to put my country first over my party." No, what she put first was her interest in Halliburton over her country. Because you don't go into Congress with a net worth of $7 million and walk away 6 years later having increased your wealth sevenfold to $49 million after 6 years in Congress making $172,000 a year. No, you don't.
No, yeah, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. So what happens? Perpetual war makes Liz and Dick Cheney a lot of money. Dick Cheney, big Halliburton dude, got his daughter into the stock. She probably even has a little like board consulting gig on the side with him too. But Halliburton and Cheney go hand in hand. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They need war to make more money. And since the Democrats are willing to just eternally fund wars, hey, she's set. No wonder she went with Kamala, right? I mean, if she goes with Trump and he stops all the war, she's not making any money. Well, that sucks. That sucks. I saw where Jack Smith has dropped his case. The DOJ has said, stop it. Biden's supposed to be addressing the nation tonight. I don't know what time. It could be right now.
I can find out.
Again, I didn't know anything about that. Apparently, it was announced pretty late this afternoon. But
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's asleep by now. So
I mean, I was thinking that this is going to just be a blah 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 vegetable talk, peaceful transfer of power. Blah 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 blah. I'm proud of Kamala. Blah 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 blah. She's a bitch. Blah 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 blah. And good night.
I mean, yeah, no, it doesn't look like C-SPAN has it listed. But hang on, let me see what I can find.
I just saw a blurb about it online, so I'm not even 100% sure it's accurate, but
that's all right.
That's what I saw.
Hang on a second.
But anyway, it's just, you run full circle with these people. Trump went from, 9% with the black male vote the last time he ran to 21% this time.
Hang on.
You give a Republican 21% of the black male vote, and there ain't no way a Democrat's going to win.
All right. I think I found it, maybe. Hang on. Here we go.
My fellow Americans and autists who voted for Trump, it's your boy Dank Brandon here. I want to take a moment to congratulate the DNC on losing another election to Donald Trump. You replaced me with a candidate who has the same likability as Greasy, hobo taint and expected to win, and they say I'm the retarded one. The Democrats said that I was too old, that I was too slow, that I was a joke. Well, here's a joke for you. What do Willie Brown and the 2024 presidential election have in common? Kamala Harris blew both of them. I shouldn't have said that. But seriously, I mean, first Hillary loses to Donald and now Kamala. This man has beaten more women than Doug Emhoff. Anyways, congrats on losing to Hitler again. I hope he locked you all up this time. Thank Brandon out.
You're welcome. Had to be done.
Oh my God, that was good. Yeah, that was real good. Oh, yeah. Woo. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine why he would even address the nation, but, um, whatever.
Probably the world's longest "I told you so."
I mean, oh, yeah, transfer of power. He's going to try to draw. For whatever reason, they're saying that Trump didn't make it an easy transfer of power when he lost. I didn't see anything at the inauguration that would have indicated that. He looked perfectly normal and acted perfectly normal. He wasn't rude or obnoxious or anything like that. Orty's in the chat room. Sorry, I'm late. Yeah, I'm going to need a note from mom and a form of picture ID to make sure that it's you.
So wait, which mom? Are we going to get a note from his mom or the Circle K
His
mom he
mom,
was
yeah.
banging?
He's got
Okay.
to have permission for being late.
Well, I mean, I figured there was an off chance he was late because he was banging a mom behind Circle K, so I was just trying to see
Well, I
which
mean,
note
he
you were
could have been, but he said you got it. Yeah, Orty in the house.
in his house.
Yep. So you guys doing something later tonight or no? Or I don't know.
Well, so what's happening tonight is Stacy had to slide later again. So when you and I are done, we're going to be doing a whatever / behind the enemy lines crossover. And then I think Amish and I are doing a show later, but that'll be up to Amish.
Okay. Well, there you go, folks. That's your nightly lineup here tonight. So let's talk for a minute. They said quote unquote record turnout. We know that's not true because if there was record turnout, there would have been more votes than there were. We did not have as many votes this time as we did last time.
Well, no, hang on. Let's correct that. There is in fact probably record turnout, but the problem is now there's a 15 million vote difference and nobody can account for it.
Well, yeah, you're right. And I can actually get close, but I can't find it all. Okay, because I went back and I know you'll think I'm a weirdo, but hell no, she didn't get no 90 million votes. So Orty just said, did I see on DDHQ where they're saying she got 90 million votes? Hell, I hope not, because that's not the total they had up about 2 hours ago. Not even close.
Hang
So,
on, I'm
yeah,
but I didn't see that.
So here's the thing. Here's the biggest difference in where she underperformed, and that was the state of California. Oddly enough, her home state showed out for Biden with over 11 million votes, which
Yeah,
I mean that's strong in California. That's a lot of votes.
Just to put this to
Where
bed,
she,
hang on.
yeah.
So just to let everybody know, this is what Decision Desk is showing currently. 301 electoral votes to her 226. Is 72,723,660 votes for Trump. 68,082. I'm sorry, 68,082,015 votes for her. So
Yeah,
we're
that's
still
about right. So almost 5 million in the popular vote. Almost 5.
Yeah.
So yeah. Again, big Trump winning the popular vote. Saw the Babylon Bee piece that now that the Democrats are saying we need to eliminate the popular vote, which was hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, can't have that anymore. So yeah, that was a great piece. I like that. Let's see. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So Biden in 20 got over 11 million votes in California. This time in California, Kamala's home state, she only pulled about 5.5. She was literally 5 and a half million. 5
Well,
and a half million.
they're not done
Million
counting.
votes behind. What's that?
I said they're not done counting yet, though. According to the decision desk, they only have 59% of the vote in. So if the trend
For the
stays the
state of
same,
California?
she'll yeah. So if the
I
trend
mean,
stays
she's
the
gonna
same, she'll have almost 9 million.
okay. So that's odd that they're anyway, whatever. So they were showing her at 5.5, and Biden had over 11. I didn't realize they were that far out on counting. Um, that's that's another thing I don't get. What the hell does it take these people so long to count votes for?
Because
And listen,
I'm telling you right now, they are trying to, and I've been saying this all day because I've been watching the changes even in Decision Desk. So Decision Desk has been bouncing back and forth on the House all day long. Like last night, they were showing at one point there was a 50% chance that the Democrats might actually take it. Then today it was up to a 94% chance that the Republicans were going to retain it. Now it's back
right,
down to 88.7% chance. And I'm doing the math right here because on Decision Desk, they're showing 195 for Democrats, 210 for Republicans. I'm counting the seats that they don't have called yet, and
right. There's not enough for the
there's,
Republicans.
there's not enough. There's only 216. So something's up. I don't know what it
Yeah,
is yet.
I don't know what it is either, but I was thinking that too, and I even used my super big screen at work because I was trying to find because some of those districts are very, very tiny and they butt up next to each other. And if you're not super purposeful in where you drop your pointer, you'll think that it's all one district and it's actually two.
Well, yeah, well
So
that's why I was kind of doing the same thing, and I was like, okay, so
yeah,
that, but yeah,
yeah,
that's like
I didn't come up with 218 for the Republicans either, but I kept thinking, well, damn, if I'm seeing one or two of these, maybe I'm missing one or two of these. I don't know. So we'll just play it out and see. Arizona. Why does it take Arizona so damn long to count presidential votes? I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter. We know Trump's won. So, let's just count the damn votes and get this over with. They're still only like at what, 68%, something like that.
yeah, but so this is the part that doesn't make any sense to me because right now, like I said, just looking at how they have it currently called, they're showing 210 firmly in the Republican column, with 6 still showing to be under count. But according to the decision desk, they're showing an 88% chance that the Republicans retain the House with a total of 221 seats to 214. So where are those other 11, those other 5 seats coming from?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you because I'm not seeing them either. And it just it baffles me. They're supposed to be one of the better sites to follow and keep accurate and this, that, and the other thing, but I just don't know. I really don't. And I'm losing my faith in them even. And then of course the late November surprise poll out of Iowa. They said the last poll, the Seltzer poll. Um, she said she was very apologetic and apparently got her R's and D's confused in the last polling, and that's why it was so far off.
Yeah, all I know is
I don't buy that shit.
all I know is last night Ann Seltzer was popping Alka-Seltzer like they were Mentos.
Well, I know one thing, whether it was intentional to boost the Dems or whether it was accidental and she actually did flip her D's and R's, either way, she just shot her credibility through the crapper. And I can't see anybody taking her seriously anymore. Either way.
Yeah, no,
So,
I think she got paid off, if I'm being
I
completely
mean,
honest.
and that could well be. Apparently, the Democrats were paying everybody. That's where all the celebrity endorsements came from. Um, God knows how much Beyonce got for not singing. Because, I mean, well, Lizzo showed up in Detroit and got $2.4 million. I mean, come on. They paid Lizzo $2.4 million. So what did they pay Springsteen? What did they pay Eminem? What did they pay Beyonce? What did they, the list goes on and on and on. The Houston rally where Beyonce showed up and gave her endorsement and didn't perform. The media had been saying that she was going to perform. And when she didn't, the crowd started booing Kamala and chanting, "This is bullshit" at her. That's her own people in Houston.
Well, no. Well, this gets even better, right? Because half the people, and this is something that they, thanks to modern technology, they've been tracking a lot more during this cycle. Some of these people that were screaming and yelling at her about the whole Beyonce thing were
Yeah.
some of the same people that have gone to multiple rallies and are being bussed in from everywhere to be able to get there.
Right, yeah. The paid bus crowd, yeah.
And they're still like, "Fuck you, this is bullshit." I kept waiting for what was it? There was a movie or something where something like that happened, and all of a sudden they were like chanting the word bullshit to like a sing song where "this is bullshit." I kept waiting for that to break out. It would have been great. It didn't quite get there though. So
it was really good though. I mean, it just I don't know. It just hit me funny that who do the Democrats go to now?
They don't.
What, I mean, I know we have some time, but I mean, we tried Pete once already. Are we gonna run Pete again, or are we gonna go to Gavin? Or
I think hair gel might be the one getting tapped next. I think because booty judge ain't gonna be able to do it.
I don't see him catching enough fire to be the one.
And the funny thing is, this all still traces back to the same problem the Dems have had for forever. They latched on to cult of personality with Obama, and then Obama screwed the pooch so bad that their underdeck got cleared out for a decade, and that's why they found themselves having to go back and resurrect Joe Biden, who was about to be relegated to the trash heap of history. Who
Right.
then, through Obama, picked a vice presidential candidate that was also about to be relegated into the trash heap of history, just to be stabbed in the back, have a soft coup happen, and then watch everything just go down in flames. And the thing that, and this is going to sound a little harsh towards our side. I just want to say this at this point because all I heard for the first 3 weeks after the swap was, "We're done. This is it. We're going to lose." And that's all I kept hearing from even people that I've known for forever is like, "Well, there's no way we're gonna win now. Look at them." And I'm like, "You guys just don't get it. This
Yeah,
this is
no.
gonna be the exact same amount of runway time they gave her in 2019." And she fell on her face then too. She was actively campaigning for about 2 months before Iowa, and she didn't even make it to Iowa before
Well,
she
no. Even in her home state, she polled at 0% in the primary. So,
Wait, Governor Shiny Face is thinking about it? That could be fun.
oh yeah, Gretsch, yeah. That that's not outside of the realm of possibility. And I'm thinking it's going to have to be like a governor type. I don't know that they have anybody in Congress that is that shining star that's going to step up and be the one. Hakeem Jeffries, he can't do it. They'll look at him like a younger Obama and think that he can do it, but he can't do it. Hakeem is an avowed communist, and damn it.
You did for a second, but you're back now. I don't know what
Okay,
happened.
yeah, I've got storms here tonight, so I apologize for that, but just trying to do the job here. But yeah, Hakeem is not the one. There's a reason they want him as Speaker of the House, because they know he'll push extreme shit all over the place for money, and
well, I think one of the ones
things. So
one of the ones they thought might have been their shining star, was Fire Marshal Bowman, and now he's not there anymore. So
yeah, absolutely right. And hey, look, Sherrod Brown's gone.
na 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 na
Yeah, I mean, look, he lost to a used car salesman with legal problems.
That's saying something. I will say the one that disappointed me the most, I think even more than the California race, was the Virginia race. I really wanted to spend the next 4 years talking about Senator Hung Cow out of Virginia. That could have been fun. Maybe
That's that
maybe
Norris. And I didn't realize I used to live in Virginia when I was stationed there, but during the election that happened when I was there, those counties in southeastern Virginia, they did not go Democrat. And I noticed on the map for Virginia that several of those counties in southeast Virginia went Democrat. Not all of them, but several of them. And that was a little disheartening. I'm not going to lie. I expect better out of a dense military area. Maybe we can get that corrected with Trump in office and get back to actually having a real military, instead of the DEI force that we have now.
Yeah, I hope so.
What's that?
I said I really hope so because yeah, the military is just kind of, dude. If we go to war right now, I have bad feelings. Bad.
Right now, there's a bunch of guys like me that know, and that's not necessarily a good thing. It's not a bad thing either because we know how to get shit done, but we're not actually in the best shape to go do it. I mean, let's not lie. I'm middle aged here, and it's getting tougher and tougher. But I can still carry a ruck and I can still shoot. So I'll do what I got to do. But yeah, it kills me to see what happened to the military, especially you have to go back to the Obama years where he had them doing those loyalty tests. And those are the people that have advanced up and taken the leadership roles or, in organizations around the country and in the military. And they pledged their fealty to Obama and not to country. And that's just wrong. I don't care who you are. It's wrong.
Hey, Raptor, if you're still not hearing anything, you may need to refresh because he's been back now for a bit.
Sorry, Raptor.
No, well, it's not just that. X is going nuts right now and has been since last night, I think, because everybody in the world is on it.
Yeah, a lot of that.
We were having the same thing earlier today. Like one of the guys that's always on my afternoon show was like, I can't hear you. I've lost you. And I'm listening to it through my phone going, dude, I think it's on your end.
I got you. So yeah, refresh, Raptor. Even though you can't hear me.
See, this is why eventually we need to get you some sort of like an Oscar the Grouch mask or something, because then you could just turn your camera on real quick and give him a California howdy and then turn it back off again.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, we definitely need to do something like that. I can camera up one night and maybe I'll do like maybe I'll do a cholo night one night and do a flannel with a white t-shirt under it and sunglasses and a face mask, and I put on my Hispanic accent for you folks. Maybe I'll do a little Cuban too, some Ricky Ricardo.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do. The line that never actually happened on television that everybody in the world has heard.
Doing a Polish accent too. And then damn internet.
Fucking interweb. What are you gonna do?
What can you do? My buddy Deebs down in Florida, you guys, if you're not following Deebs FLA, you should be, because you're doing Twitter wrong if you're not. He posted a beautiful picture of Tim Walz, Doug Emhoff, and Emhoff's daughter, Emma, all crying, standing side by side.
Yeah. I think the only one I really feel sorry for is this kid, the son.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel bad for him because, talking about Walz's son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I felt bad for him even back in the campaign time, but yeah, yeah. I mean that poor kid, he gets treated not right. But anyway, oh look here, somebody trying to make a point about Kamala states voting. Most educated states in America: Massachusetts, Vermont, Maryland, Connecticut, Colorado. Least educated: West Virginia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Do you notice a trend? Yeah, that you're a douche. How about that?
You suck. How's that for a trend?
That's it. And if you don't like it, you can suck it.
Dude, I'm telling you, so the interesting thing is there have been a handful of leftists who resigned to this, and they're not doing the whole something doesn't add up thing. So
Yeah.
I've been having fun with everybody because the ones that are questioning the votes, I've been like, that's insurrection now, right?
Election deniers, insurrectionists, absolutely. Put them on trial. Hold them without bail.
And then for the ones that are like, we should talk to Republicans that are reaching across the aisle, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm all for reaching across the aisle. We should remove the filibuster and pack the court and expand the court and then pack it for you. We'll fix it. They don't like that answer either.
All of it, and being so fanatical, and this is basic. The Kamala's campaign was really cut out to be two different things, and they don't go together. These two things, they don't go together, and they are, of course, joy, which she does not have right now, nor did she really ever have it. And we'll get to that in a minute. But the other thing that her campaign was cut out to be was about abortion. How do abortion and joy go together? Unless you're just a sick, twisted fuck. I mean, they don't.
You kind of answered your own question there, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but I mean, it just, these people are on here screaming like, here's one: immediately stop using period and pregnancy trackers in the US. Don't put in another piece of data. Delete it. And here's the big thing. And you saw the video clip the other day of the big rally where they were hitting drums and marching through the streets and stuff like that. 90% of these chicks don't ever have to worry about getting pregnant, because I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't fuck a one of them with a crane with a dildo attached to the end of it for fear of getting an infection. It just,
you should tell us how you really feel, my guy.
look, I'm holding back. Believe me, I am, because some of these chicks look like they're just
all right.
Well, 3-week-old roast beef sandwich under the skirt. So anyway,
while we have been talking, Decision Desk HQ has called 2 more seats for Republicans. They're now showing 212 to 195.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, there's got to be something on the map that's shaded wrong, because they're showing 2 seats called and there's now 5 blank spaces still. So there's something in the map that is shaded incorrectly where they're getting their counts from, because apparently there are more seats still in play than are showing on their map.
Well, about the House, probably sometime this weekend. Don't look for it overnight tonight. I didn't think that we would have a presidential winner this early. I really didn't. I figured it would be at least tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I think the only thing that made them go ahead and give up, because they were trying really hard. The problem is this time they tried to do some of what they did in 20 with Wisconsin, because EJ was talking about this because he lives there. They had 30,000 votes that they were automatically going to have to recount because somehow the machines got messed with. So I think they already kind of pre-gamed how many votes they thought they were going to need to swing it. And
I
then
see.
when they realized they Babe Ruthed it and they Babe Ruthed it wrong, they were like, "Ah, fuck."
Yeah, had to go ahead and give it up.
I mean,
Yeah.
because nobody expected the turnout to be the way it was. I mean, even in Texas, they had a massive amount of turnout. They had almost 11.5 million votes last night in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a I mean, even in Oklahoma, where we only have 2.5 million registered voters, we had almost a little over 1.75 million voting last night. So we had about about
Yeah, I was gonna say,
65% turnout.
oh, shit. I blipped out and then came right back. I was gonna say, yeah, y'all were pretty good turnout there in Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about we had record number of registered voters for the first time ever. We had 2.5 million registered voters in Oklahoma. Donald Trump got 1,035,217 votes. She got 499,043. Kennedy, because Oklahoma is kind of slow.
Yeah.
15,992. Chase Oliver 9,184. Chris Garrity, the Independent, 5,137. So if you add those up, that's that's almost a 60% turnout. For
Yeah.
Oklahoma, that's pretty fucking good.
And let me before we get short on time here, let me go on record and say that if there's one thing that the GOP should have learned from this election and this campaign is that they need to get a Scott Pressler in every swing state in this country.
Fuck it. They need a Scott Pressler in every state, not just
I
every
mean, you can put one in every state. There are states you don't have to worry about though, like mine
I
and
would do it anyway.
yours and things like that.
I
But
would do it anyway.
I'm telling you, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, of course, has Scott, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, apparently, if you do it, let's, Virginia. Virginia is, even though they went blue, they're still on the purple side. And I think that you could drum out more people if you really tried. And I just, I can't even begin to tell you, Scott, his work in Pennsylvania, he registered hundreds of thousands of people that didn't vote, that weren't registered. And guess what they did? They turned out and they won Pennsylvania for Trump. And I'm telling you, this dude deserves to go like on a 6-month world cruise or something, just so he can relax and live high on the hog. And whatever reward he gets for this, and I hope it's substantial, whether it's personal or whether it comes out of the campaign. I don't know what all the legalities are with that kind of money. Scott Pressler deserves something more than a handshake and a hug.
Yeah, at this point, I kind of feel like he deserves the what is that? The Congressional Medal of Freedom.
Oh yeah, I mean, he should definitely get something. Yeah, I mean, but this kid moved to Pennsylvania, registered to vote, and then took out the ground game, and he absolutely blazed a path and showed Republicans how to get shit done. And I'm telling you, if you have one in every swing state, your odds are so much better.
All
so
right.
much better.
So I'm going to put something on the screen for just a minute, even though I wasn't really planning on it, only because this made me laugh. This is from Defiant L's, and he put up a screen capture from Dean Cain, and it's Dean Cain has got a picture of what looked to be a couple of trannies, and he's like, "I think neither of you are girls," and one of them was like, "Yeah, and you were never Superman either," and he's like, "Correct, I pretended."
Yes, I saw that when he posted that.
So yes, I agree with Defiant L's. This will never, I repeat, never get old.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
Best timeline ever. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was really good. what's Al saying? I'm sensing Obama is playing it smart and demanding a peaceful transfer of power. He knows the Democrats are in danger of losing everything if they turn violent. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. But you know what does me more good than anything are these David French types. Just having to have them eat their damn hat. What is it? Not Joe Walsh, not Matt. Joe Walsh.
Yeah, Joe Walsh.
Asshole. Yeah, asshole.
Joe Walsh is asshole.
Yes, he is asshole.
I should record that. I have a voice changer now. I should record that.
Oh, that would be funny.
Joe Walsh is
out loud. ROR, laugh out loud.
That's kind of why I thought the election erection thing was a nice wordplay, because that's kind of where I went with it.
Oh shit, man. Hey, we've done an hour here, man.
Yes, we have. And you were all like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Well, we did it. So
Don't talk about it, but there was enough.
I think you've forgotten that I do this like 12 hours a week now during the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't forget. Trust me, I know what you're doing. Trust me. I don't know. Anyway, because I didn't have anything planned, there is no guaranteed happy ending tonight, other than the fact that Trump won, the Republicans have the Senate, and there's a good chance that they're going to get the House. Now,
I was gonna say, if you want a G's guaranteed happy ending, let's just talk about this. 301 so far called according to Decision Desk for the Electoral College, with Arizona still in play.
Yes, and that's what, 11 or 10?
10.
They're one or the other.
I think it's 10. I think.
Yeah, I knew they were. I mean, it's double digit, but I didn't know if it was 10 or 11.
Oh.
And my dear sweet friend Isabubu made a comment about Florida being the best run state in the country, and it's not even close. And I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, that's the other thing we need to do. We need to figure out how to turn DeSantis' people loose on the rest of the country so that we can have same-day election results again.
Absolutely. What bothers me is that other states that are, targeted by hurricanes, advice, and it's just the pride, but he gets it done like nobody else.
All right. Well, we're starting to lose you again, and I've got like 40 seconds before I got to go catch the other feed. So say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
1, 2, what you do? I've been jumping.
Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
All the times that we messed up. Here's to you. Feel the glass. Cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us. 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 Here's to love. Here's to everybody well. Here's to us. Here's to love. Here's to us. Here's to us.
All right, man. We're as clear as we get nowadays.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Take care, man. Great show.
All right. See ya. Thanks, everybody.
you are now behind enemy lines, baby. Hey there, how you doing, everybody? Gene Baradelli, Ross Galloway here. Did I miss something? People seem to be really, really happy today. What's going on, brother?
I mean, I was briefly happy, but now it's time to get to work. I want vengeance.
Oh, no. Okay, so I can't agree with that because we're still in the afterglow, in my opinion, of the greatest political comeback in American history, Fal.
We are sitting on the field of victory.
We did it. This was the night that we've all been waiting for. We've been doing, between shows and doing campaigning, we've been doing this, 15 years now? Something like that? Damn, we finally made it to the promised land.
Yeah, I mean, some would call it a comeback. Others would call it a three-peat or a hat trick, right? The guy won 3 in a row.
It's
you can
amazing.
say what you will about 2020. This is the 3rd one in a row.
Let me tell you something. There are some graphs out there showing the aberration between 2020 and the last 2 elections and this one, showing how that jump up there, man, oh man, there can be a case made for that.
Yeah, let's just briefly touch on that, Gene. Don't go away from there yet.
Listen, we can get into it, but I just want to say to everybody while we're here, I gotta do the grift. I gotta do the grift, bro. It's what I do. It's what makes me me. We gotta get through all the grifting. I wanted to say thanks to everybody tuning in. I appreciate you all being around. I'm Gene, he's Ross. We are Behind Enemy Lines Radio. Wherever you're watching, whether it's on Rumble, YouTube, X, wherever it is, like, comment, share the show with your friends, all that really good stuff. Subscribe to the channel. I'm keeping the banners off the screen right now, pal, because frankly, we're freestyling. I did no show prep. I've been doing nothing but hanging out and enjoying ourselves here. This has been the best day. I've been enjoying the tears. I've been insufferable on social media. Just saying, hey, a lot of these people out there that have been chirping in my ear this whole time, they're being pretty damn quiet today.
Yeah, well, fuck them.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about those numbers real quick, because I didn't forget.
Well, before we do that, I want you to get into those numbers, but I got some business here. I don't know if you're looking on the screen right now, pal, but I got some business.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next?
Well, we're going to be introducing next Mr. Rowdy Rick Robinson and Miss Stacey Lennox. I'm going to take the banner off their faces. How you guys doing over there?
Do your viewers a favor and leave the banner over my face. They'll appreciate it.
No, we can barely see it anyway. Don't worry, you're fine. Anyways, Ross, you were about to get in some numbers. Hi, Stace. Hi, Rick. Ross, you want to get into some numbers? Do it, man, because I think this is important.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick, you mentioned some of those graphs floating around online, but it is a serious question, right? And hopefully once we're back in power in the next few weeks here, we dig into this. And I know Donald Trump didn't forget any of this stuff, right? As of last count, and they're still counting votes. How the fuck are they still counting votes? I still don't understand that, but they're still counting votes. Trump is hovering around 72 million-ish votes. Back in 2020, 75 million. So he's on target to be right about where he was back in 2020. Kamala got 67 million-ish votes currently, and that's going to tick up a little more, but she's going to come nowhere near the 81 million votes that Joe Biden supposedly got in 2021. So the question is, where the fuck are the other 15 to 20 million votes that were cast in 2020? Where did those?
It's better than that. It's better than that. I was looking back today, and supposedly in 2020, 67% of the electorate voted, according to BLS. Today, I read an article that yesterday, a record-setting total of 66% of the electorate voted, and not that many people had voted since 1903 or something ridiculous. Not that large of a percentage of the electorate. So did we just memory wipe 2020? I think we did.
It could be. I mean,
I'm sorry, but 15 million is not 1%.
Well, you know what? Let's add another layer onto that, because while those numbers are floating out there, we're also seeing from the analysis that people are doing, the analysts out there, saying things like this about Harris underperforming Joe Biden in 2020?
Are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
Jig Tapper. I'm sorry. I hadn't seen that.
So I do have to
that was almost as good if you guys didn't cut it. Everybody who's listening should go out and find the clip of Joe Scarborough telling his audience that he's been telling the Democrats for 4 years they needed to cut out the woke bullshit or they were going to lose. Like, we shouldn't be having boys in women's restrooms. Oh my God. I was laughing so hard. I was crying. And there was a couple people on there with him, like Claire McCaskill and all these other nutbags going, oh yeah. Reverend Al? Oh yeah, they got to knock that off. I'm sitting there going, you people have to be kidding me.
It's the theories out there are wacky and wild and woolly. And
Here's the theory. Here's what it is, and we should thank our good friend Jody for coming up with this. This is Ari Fleischer, okay? Somebody I'm personally a fan of. The groups Harris did best with tell you why the Democrats have big problems. Rich people, those making more than 100,000, went from +5 for Biden to +8 for Harris. The rich are one of the only groups she improved with. Those who never go to religious services were +26 for Harris. Those who say they have no religion were +40. College grads were +8 for Harris, and those with postgraduate degrees were +24. The groups the D base is college-educated, wealthy, non-religious people. No wonder they're losing Hispanics and working people. They are a party that's increasingly rich, non-religious, and elitist, and out of touch.
Ross, what are you thinking, pal? I know you're a numbers cruncher on this sort of stuff. That's not enough of a base to do anything.
Well, first of all, if that were only true and that they were actually waking up to that, that would be a good sign for their party. But that's not what they've been saying over the last couple of days. If you jump on, especially the last 24 hours on MSNBC and CNN, they're actually saying that the electorate, including the Hispanics and the black males, are misogynist and racist. So they've learned absolutely nothing. And if you saw Letitia James out of New York come out on her press conference today, along with that loser Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state of New York, they came out and in the an exercise of unity, threatened Donald Trump to watch what he's doing and threaten more lawfare against the man. They've learned absolutely nothing, and that's good for us, terrible for them, and if they ever get power again, terrible for the fucking country.
I hope they keep doing down this path. I hope they keep going down this path. I want them to learn nothing. If these are the lessons that they're taking out of this, we're on easy street. We're going to be on election after election after election. Rick, these people don't know how to talk to the average American.
Well, no, they're still insisting that they only lost because of racism. I did want to point out one thing because the clip that you played a second ago.
And sexism.
It's all the isms. It's all the isms. Go ahead, Rick.
The clip that you played a second ago has a community note from X because apparently if the clip had been kept playing, he realized he didn't load the right screen. So there actually were like 2 counties that she outperformed Biden in.
Oh, 2. Well, Lottie freaking dog.
Yeah, the one where Harvard is located and the one where Yale is located.
Yeah.
I just because I'm trying to be factually accurate, I just wanted to make sure we put that out there.
Gene,
well,
if I can.
Here's my thing.
You want robot voice. I get it. You're trying to be factually accurate, but you know what?
So, what I love most about today is the same people who booted Kamala Harris out of the primary in 2020 before a single vote was cast. Okay? The same people who wanted nothing to do with her, and the same media that wrote dozens of think pieces about how Joe Biden should dump her and replace her as VP coming into this election season, are now calling us racist and misogynist because we didn't vote for her.
Yeah, that's actually a great point, Ross. Stacey, great point. But Ross, let's talk about this because we have long memories of Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has never won a competitive election ever. She ran races in California. That's not exactly saying that they're competitive. But 2019, she ran no delegates whatsoever. Didn't make it even to the first primary. She is inserted in this race, and she becomes the designee, having won no delegates or even run a primary here. That says something about having competitive primaries, doesn't it, pal? The Democrats got caught flat-footed in that respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Both her and her white Midwestern quasi-homosexual running mate were both DEI candidates, both when she was selected for vice president, selected to be the top of their ticket going in here, and when they picked Walsh, right? DEI, no real accomplishments, and she's a San Francisco liberal that never had a competitive race. I do have to make one note from management here towards Rick. We don't do fact checks here when they're against us, brother. We're not above spreading fake news. So if it benefits us, you just let it roll.
You know, I was about to say that, and I'm glad that you brought that up.
Duly noted.
Fuck the left. They do it all day long. We're not above spreading fake news here.
So, listen, there's so much to unpack, and it's going to be happening over weeks, right? I've narrowed it down to two different things that Kamala had going wrong for her, two different categories. One is policy, and we can talk about policy all the live long day. The other is personality. Rick, Kamala Harris is maybe, I'm going to say this, tell me if you agree or disagree. Kamala Harris is maybe the most inauthentic human being I've ever seen.
She makes Barbie seem animated, as far as personality wise. There's literally nothing there. To quote our good friend JD, she brings nothing to the table. Absolutely nothing. She is a blank slate that the Democrats tried to program in to be all of the things for everything, and everyone, and that's part of what blew up in her face, because she's got two different commercials about the same issue running in two different locations, taking opposite stances, and you can't do that in this day and age. It might have worked 30 years ago when there were separate TV markets, etc. They still try to treat it like it is that way now. But everybody can see everything now because the internet is forever. So in Michigan, I think it was Michigan, she's running an ad where she's pro-Hamas. In Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, she's running an ad where she's pro-Israel. And everybody's like, wait, you can't be both. And it's because she's nothing. They tried to Obama her is what they tried to do, and they only had like 2 weeks to get it done. They had 4 years to get him ready. They had 2 weeks for her. There was not enough time to Manchurian that candidate. That's all I'm going to say.
I agree with that. There wasn't enough time to do that. She also had a very deep hole to dig herself out of, Stacey, and she didn't do herself any favors, especially going on The View and basically saying, yeah, I'm Joe Biden light. There was nothing I wouldn't change from his administration.
I'm going to boil this down to one sentence. She was a worse retail candidate than Hillary Clinton. The laugh was worse.
Okay. I
laugh
need to
was worse.
Wrap my head around that.
The code switching was worse.
A horrible retail candidate.
Yeah, but think the cackle was worse. The code switching was worse. Something and whoa, but it's great in the morning. What the fuck? You are not a black creature. You are not Martin Luther King. Stop it. You're Hindu, for God's sakes. That's how you were raised.
And speaking of that inauthenticity, I just want to throw this out there.
She was raised in Canada.
Yeah.
She was not raised a poor black child, no matter what she says on TV.
Well, I mean, Steve Martin was, but
I'm just saying. She was raised by two college professors. Her mother took her and her sister to Canada. They lived in an upper middle class neighborhood. She went to high school in Canada. which might explain why she knows nothing about how the United States government works or is supposed to work. You know?
Yeah.
But see, my favorite thing about the outcome at this point, my absolutely favorite thing, because she was the worst retail candidate ever, like in my lifetime. Since elections have been driven by video and television and not radio, she has been the worst retail candidate. Worse than Hillary Clinton, worse than John Kerry, worse than all of them, okay? My favorite thing now is they can't blame the Electoral College, so the people are the problem.
Oh, yes, you, me, everybody else, we're the problem here.
They're blaming a majority of Americans because to win the popular vote, you have won a majority of. Look at what he closed the gap in New York to.
Oh, I'm well aware of New York.
I mean, thank you. God bless you, New York. Thank you. God bless you, New Jersey.
Hold on. Calm down a minute. I'm not going that far because New York cost us 2 congressional seats, and the race for the House is still up in the air. But I need to go to Ross right now. I know you're saying a lot of things that he likes about Kamala and all of that, but I want to just focus in on something that you said about who is the worst retail candidate, Hillary or Kamala. Ross, you're a veteran of many elections, and you know all about retail politicking, having done it yourself and having managed candidates. Who's worse?
Yeah, well, first of all, that side knew that Kamala was the worst. They knew it. The pundits now will say she, and you kind of alluded to this, that she didn't have enough time to, get the people to know her. First of all, she's the fucking sitting vice president of the United States, right? Anybody who want to know anything about her had plenty of time to know. They preferred a compressed campaign. She actually never did a real press conference. She did a few interviews. The Brett Baer interview nearly ended her campaign, and that was the only semi-tough one. The other ones were all on friendly territory, right? So they knew she was a terrible candidate. The more she came out, the worse her numbers got. The death blow, in my view, was one of the last questions she was asked on the campaign trail was when she cast her own ballot for herself. And they asked her, what did you vote on Prop 36 in California? Prop 36 would stiffen penalties for retail theft. And they have a big problem in California retail theft. And she said, I'm not going to get into that on the Sunday before the election because I don't want to appear that I'm endorsing it one way or the other. Bitch, you're running for president of the United States, right? They knew she was the worst retail political candidate. They wanted the compressed timeline. They're going to blame Joe Biden for not getting out earlier. If he got out earlier, this would have been even a bigger blowout.
You know what? Let's talk about Joe getting out early. Did he take too long to get out? Should he have never announced, Ross? What would have been the right play there? He should have said, "I never going to run."
Did he take too long? Yeah, he took too long because if the Democrats were serious about protecting democracy, they would have, first of all, never ran him. He was senile in 2020, right? There was no reason for him to even run the first time. The second time, the whole purpose of the 25th Amendment is to get a guy like that sidelined out of power. It's incumbent upon the vice president with the cabinet to initiate the 25th Amendment to remove him from power. Everything they've told us over the last 8, 10, 20, 50 years has been a fucking lie. Yes, he should have gotten out earlier, and they should have had an orderly primary where their voters got a say if they truly believed in defending and protecting democracy, but they don't.
Right. If you want to protect democracy, Rick, you got to practice democracy, right?
Yeah, I mean they did the exact opposite. They killed democracy to save democracy, and it blew up in their face.
It's completely disgusting what they did. We refuse to call Kamala Harris here the nominee. We've always called her the designee because that's what it was. She was designated as the candidate by Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama, which leads me to the juicy news that I'm hearing right now through different sources and media. It appears that there's a little bit of a maybe the start of a civil war within the leadership of the Democratic Party, because the Obama people who took over the campaign for Harris are sniping with the people loyal to Joe Biden. And the people with Joe Biden are saying, hey, at least we beat this guy. So, Stacey, are you seeing this as well, Stacey? And if you are you bringing the popcorn as much as I am?
I actually bought an entire selection of Amish popcorn today from my friend who runs a farm market because, A, God bless the Amish for getting out in Pennsylvania. I hear there were somewhere north of 80,000 of them, and every single one of them was voting for Trump. As far as like whether Kamala should have gotten in or whether Joe, I think if Joe had decided not to run, they would have had a legitimate primary. And I think they would have nominated Gavin Newsom.
If Gavin would have run.
Because they would have nominated Gavin Newsom before he had the debate with Ron DeSantis. And then they would have figured out what a disaster he was. Because he can't defend his California record. So I think we still would have won.
I had a conversation today. Ross knows my sister and knows that she is as liberal as the day is long. And in speaking to her today, and we rarely talk politics, she actually said to me from her point of view and speaking with her other liberal friends that there was no doubt in their mind that Trump was winning yesterday, which I thought was very interesting because even they, dyed-in-the-wool liberals. I mean, my sister registered with the Liberal Party in New York. That doesn't even exist anymore. Dyed-in-the-wool liberals saying that they knew Harris was going to lose because even they couldn't stand Harris, Ross.
Yeah, so the thing with that, Gene, is I think you're 100% right. The timeline to dump Biden had to be super early, right? Because once the Democrats committed to lawfare against Donald Trump, once they realized that January 6th hoax wasn't working, the lawfare against Donald Trump wasn't working, it was making him more powerful, the writing was on the wall that no matter who went up against Donald Trump, they were going to get destroyed. So does it make sense to waste a good candidate like a Josh Shapiro or a Gavin Newsom, good as far as they're concerned, against Donald Trump, who appeared to be becoming somewhat unstoppable, right? All the polls that were saying was a tied race going into this thing, bullshit, right? Clearly, it wasn't even close. The internals that the Trump campaign were looking at, along with some of the public polling from Trafalgar and some other sources, showed that it was always leaning towards Trump. And whether or not he got all 7 swing states was always going to be irrelevant. Vote out there in several of those battlegrounds that he was going to win. So they didn't want to waste it for anyone else to have a chance. And I'll just, to further prove the point, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Pick for them, Tim Walz was another throwaway, right? You think Josh Shapiro gave it any serious thought to get on that sinking ship under Kamala Harris, an empty suit? No way, right? All this second guessing, like, if they picked Shapiro, he might have won Pennsylvania. Shapiro wasn't getting on that fucking Titanic. He saw the iceberg a year ago.
Well, I mean, I think today, and Rick, tell me if you disagree with this or not, the 2028 campaign started for Democrats today, and Josh Shapiro's name is in the mix. Gavin Newsom's name is in the mix. Gretchen Whitmer's name is in the mix. The rats are abandoning ship of this Democrat Party and are looking to rebuild their own.
I do agree that the campaign for them has started in earnest for 2028, but the first thing they're going to have to do is figure out how to put out the dumpster fire they're currently in before they're going to be able to do anything else.
Well, they're hoping that Trump becomes his own bigger dumpster fire from whatever policies he's going to be talking about here. So I think they're trying to see if Trump is going to Trump again, but his campaign manager that I saw on stage has really done a good job of keeping him on message. I forget what her name was, the woman who didn't want to speak during his speeches at 2 a.m. I was getting ready to go to sleep then when those speeches were happening, so I didn't catch her name. but it seemed like she's an iron lady that actually kept Trump in check. Stacey, do you know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to look up her name in a little bit. It was like the campaign manager for the campaign. There were two people
For Trump or for Kamala?
For Trump.
Oh, shoot, Susie
Wild, I think.
For Trump.
Susie Wiles and La Savita.
Okay, yeah, Susie Wiles. Yes, that's who I was talking about.
And David La Savita?
Yes. They really, I mean, they kept Trump on message. They kept him focused. His campaign was very.
They kept him off Twitter.
Well, yeah. I mean, Twitter tried to keep him off Twitter, and he came back on himself. But he stayed on message. I think that maybe the attempts on his life may have given them a little pause.
No,
but
Gene,
he was Trump. But he was Trump at his best.
It was Chris LaCivita. I think it was brilliantly played by the campaign, right? So as they got into the home stretch, Trump was on strict duty to rile up the base and get them out to vote. That's why he kept doing rallies. And J.D. Vance was dispatched to the battleground states and to handle all media because the guy is quick on his feet and much more articulate and thoughtful than President Trump. And to be honest, I've said this a bunch of times. The Democrats really fucked up with this one because had they not cheated in 2020, Donald Trump would be sailing off into the sunset in a couple of months. Now they get 80-year-old Trump that is older and crazier and vengeful. You know what? Fuck them. They get what they deserve.
I'm with you on that, and I think Rick is as well. I do want to focus on the VP pick for them, Tim Walz, and they could have had Josh Shapiro. And to me,
Josh Shapiro wasn't coming onto that ticket, bro.
I know, but if they would have pressed him, he probably would have.
No, he wouldn't have.
But
dude has political aspirations beyond this, and he knew this was the death knell of his career if he tried.
I want to know if he was even on the short list for Kamala Harris, and did they even ask? Because the loss of
he's a Jew.
Well, that's what I was about to say. The loss of Jewish support for Kamala Harris, I believe, especially in Pennsylvania, may have played a role in her underperforming there. I don't know the breakdown of voters there. I'm speculating at this point. But, Stacey, you got to think if Shapiro's on the ticket, Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania.
It wouldn't have mattered, though.
I don't know that I don't know that it's possible because he's a popular governor, but 43% of Jewish Americans voted for Trump.
I mean,
that's the highest share. That's the highest share since 1988.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Shapiro swung Pennsylvania. That still puts the blue wall in play, and it fell harder than the walls of Jericho. He wouldn't have been able to save the campaign. There's no way.
But if you would have had Shapiro going and stumping in Pennsylvania, and that would have freed Harris up to stump more in Wisconsin and Michigan. Ross, we talked about this on the show a couple of weeks ago, how there were warning bells coming out of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania from Democrat pollsters and other politicians like Elise Slotkin, who ended up winning her race, who outperformed Kamala Harris, and also what the hell is the name of I'm getting really spoosty in my old age.
Baldwin, Casey, a bunch of them.
Tammy Baldwin, thank you. God, I'm glad you're here. Tammy Baldwin, who also outperformed Kamala Harris, they both set up the alarm bells. Yeah, about 30 days out.
Well, yeah, and their alarm bells were taking out television ads, tying themselves to Donald Trump, and saying that they can work with him because they saw the writing on the wall. Now, listen. A guy like Josh Shapiro is a talented politician. So is Gavin Newsom, right? I hate him, but he's talented. Here's the problem that they're all going to have. And this is what got wrapped around Kamala Harris's neck and is going to be wrapped around any Democrat's neck going forward. And Rick kind of alluded to this. The party is out of step with America, right? Clearly now. They lost the popular vote. So what position can they take on any issue without alienating their own crazy base or the majority of Americans? The only way is to put out the dumpster fire of their own party, right? Donald Trump was able to do that back in 2015 when he ran. How did he do it? He got on stage with a bunch of establishment Republicans, and he didn't toe the party line. And he wasn't meek like a Mitt Romney or our old establishment type Republicans. He bullied them. He called out the Bushes and the Cheneys for the forever wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. He bullied them about tariffs and America First policies, right? He created this new Republican Party coalition that we have now. And it's a thing that only Donald Trump could do on our side. After Donald Trump, we're in a lot of fucking trouble. But the Democrats are at that stage. Which one of them can get their party back online with the mainstream of America? I don't see anyone there that will stand up to the Democratic beast and get them back online. No one.
And the question then becomes, who has the balls to stand up to the current base and tell them, you know what, we tried it your way, you're wrong, and who's willing to alienate that base in order to broaden that base going forward?
It's worse than that. It's worse than that, though, because if you see everything they're talking about today, they don't even see that they have a fucking problem. They don't think that they're the problem. This is the difference between our side and their side. Even in 2020, even with all the shenanigans that we saw, we still did a deep dive on everything. We were introspective. We were looking, saying, look, I know that this didn't connect right. This didn't connect right. But what can we do differently to resonate, to get, they can't see that. All they have talked about today everywhere is all of this is the voters' fault. It's not their fault. It's the voters' fault. It's racism. It's every ism. It's all the phobias, and then they have disconnected. Not only have they disconnected from their own base, they've disconnected from the majority of America, and at this point, they are caught in their own cognitive dissonance so deeply that they can't see a way out of it. It's been blowing up everywhere today.
I would submit that you're seeing a lot of that on social media. I did see many pundits on TV.
I'm also seeing it on TV, though.
Well,
that's the thing.
Well, let me tell you what I saw on TV as well, because maybe we can compare and contrast then. I saw people on TV, Democratic strategists, comparing what happened what happened last night to the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones. I saw John King calling it a shellacking. I saw pundits out there saying that there needs to be a real introspection out there that we sort of did. I saw that Marie Harf said it on Fox. I know Lindy Lee saw it on Fox. John King on CNN.
The problem was they said all the right things, but then when they kept talking, everything still shifted back to this is really the voters' fault.
Well, I think they're going through the levels of grief right now. The rank and file certainly are. I think once they get to the acceptance phase in a month or two, you may see people start, singing a different tune.
I think you're being generous. I think it might take them about a decade or two, but that's wishful thinking on my part, because I don't want them to learn anything or quickly.
Ross, you're shaking your head, pal.
Yeah, I mean, Gene, how do you build a coalition between suburban moms and people who want men to compete in female sports and go to the bathroom with your daughter? Like, how do you do that? There's no way to cross that, to square that. How do you get the Jewish vote back while saying that they're committing a genocide in Israel, while there's hostages still being held in tunnels in fucking Gaza? Like, how do you cross that?
Here's how you do it, and this is my opinion how you do it. You got to dump the talking points for the side that's been bringing you down. Where else are these liberal maniacs going to go? You don't have to cater to them. They're votes that are already in the bank for you. You got to win over the suburban moms. So you de-accentuate the discussion about transgender bathrooms and transgender sports. You de-emphasize all that, because where are those people going to go anyway? They're just going to be there for you, and they're going to come out to vote for you, or they're not. But you can certainly make up the difference about that very small segment of the population by broadening the base with those suburban moms. I think that it's a trade-off that they should be willing to make. Stacey, am I off base?
Oh, you're not off base, but I'm not going to help them. Like, why should I encourage them to make that trade-off?
No, I get that. We don't want...
Yeah, and who, though? The real question, Gene, is who? They don't have a Donald Trump on their side. They can't do it. Someone needs to stand up to the hard left. The hard left is in the driver's seat in their party. They call us the hard right.
look at what happened in the 2020 primary. They had to take the dementia patient because the other 12 candidates were all on the absolute radical left.
Their most
Kamala
popular
Harris
candidate-
wasn't alone in her screwed up policies. Even Amy Klobuchar was out of her freaking mind.
Correct, Stacey, and their most popular candidate both in 2016 and 2020 and going into 2028 will be Bernie Sanders. They had to cheat in both of those primaries to make sure Bernie Sanders wasn't their fucking nominee, and they're going to have to do it again. And you don't get any further left than that guy, except for maybe Kamala Harris and her voting record.
That's true. Guys, I got to do a little. Go ahead. Then I got to do the grift. Go ahead.
I was going to say I still submit that Amy Klobuchar can't lose something she's never had. She ate salad with a comb.
Good Lord. Good. Yeah, I remember that too. Guys, I want to take a moment here right around halftime of the show to say thank you for tuning in to Behind the Enemy Lines. I'm glad you're here, whether with us on YouTube, on X. If you're watching on KLRN Radio, I know there's a whole bunch of you out there doing it. Shout out to you guys for hanging out with us. And, of course, on Rumble, if you're there, you guys are some of the true patriots right now. Thanks for watching the show. Like, comment, share the show with your friends, all that good stuff. Subscribe to the channel wherever you are. And you can always check out our merch at shop.buffoonoftheweek.com. But, yeah, check us out. Like, share, subscribe. We're relatively new in the space. Although we've been doing this a while, we kind of returned into it. We're glad that you're here. And I hope you're having fun with us talking about this amazing and interesting time that we're living in, with Republicans actually possibly, more than likely, sweeping the government on one night in 2024. It's absolutely amazing. I do want to have some fun with you guys, and I do want to look at some of the meltdowns that I found online. I know we've been, I don't know about you guys, but I've been insufferable on social media all day, calling out all the people that have been like trolling us and grifting, and all the bots out there and all the NPCs out there that are just absolute idiots. I got to show this because this is so reminiscent of 2016. I absolutely love this.
What in the Alice in Wonderland nightmares is going on right now? All I can say is how fucking dare you.
If you voted for that man, if you voted for anybody other than Kamala, and you live in one of the states that it was, close, or if you didn't vote, fuck you.
Stacey, what's up with white women? Are they okay?
52% of us voted for Trump.
Okay, but the other 48%, are they okay?
These are these are the college educated people making over $100,000 who have advanced degrees and watch frickin' Rachel Maddow. So they listen to how gay people are going to be put into camps, and we're going to round up all the Latinos regardless of status and ship them to their home country, even if they've been here for 6 generations. I mean, that Donald Trump is going to jail Joy Behar, and then they believe the lie that Kamala Harris was somehow going to restore Roe versus Wade nationwide. That was never going to happen. That law would never pass. You can't do it by executive edict. And even if she did, if we had still won the Senate, it was never going to pass Congress, and you're never going to be able to expand the court to get them to say, yeah, you can do it. So they just believe the lies, and they don't really understand how the government works, because if you look at any assessment of the college educated, they're dumber than when they leave high school.
Okay, so I'm going to show you how a man answers that. Hey, Ross, what's up with white women? Are they okay?
First of all, if anyone just tuned in, that picture on the screen is not Stacey. That's not her.
No, that's not me.
But I thought that was so she dropped some good wisdom there. I looked this up earlier today, and Stacey's 100% right. Donald Trump actually won white women, right? So going into this election, we were told that Kamala Harris was going to destroy Trump with women, and in particular white suburban women. It turned out not to be true, right? He made his largest gains, of course, with African American women. And although we really chipped into the Hispanic voting bloc, Hispanic women also leaned much more heavily towards Kamala Harris than anybody on the Republican side.
We
right?
got 40% of Hispanic women, which was still a gain.
Still a huge gain, but I go back to Gene. Are they okay? What is wrong with them? Why the fuck are they, Hispanic women especially, right? They put out commercials this cycle saying you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. I don't know. I've never dated a white woman who I could tell anything, right? I never even really met a Hispanic woman that I could tell anything, especially who to go fucking vote for, right? If their men are conservative, and Hispanics in particular are very conservative, which, by the way, I think the Democrats are going to want to close the border real fucking quick if they just seen what happened with the Hispanic vote. But yeah, I don't understand where they're coming from. They're family oriented. They believe in God. They have kids. But somehow they're voting for a party that pushes abortions, transgender, and believes in communism.
You also have to understand that in both of those demographic groups, more Hispanic young women go to college than men, and more Black women go to college than Black men. So you're dealing with, as a percentage of the population, more college-educated people in one sex as opposed to the other.
All right. Well, with that in mind, let's keep watching this clip and pay particular attention to some of the beta men in this clip as well.
Hey, hang on, but before you hit, never mind.
Before I do that, go ahead.
I was going to say there was one question that the Harris campaign kept asking itself all night last night based on this conversation, and it was this question right here.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Because they didn't show up for them.
I was going to use that clip myself, but I'm glad you got to it first. Go ahead. All right, we're going to keep going with the video.
Or if you didn't vote, fuck you.
So edgy.
Go Kamala.
I chose family. I chose women. I chose America. I love you.
How the fuck is this still happening? All I've ever known politically is hatred.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with you.
Oh no, you're done with me? Oh no, what is I gonna do? Oh my god, this has got to be fake. Oh, some of these have to be fake, Ross. I cannot believe that this is real life. I can't believe it. No.
Yeah, I'm not a big social media guy, so I never really understood filming these types of things. Some of them definitely look fake, but then every once in a while you'll go to like a Starbucks and meet one of these people, like green hair, nose ring, and they're real. Like I don't know how these people are real, but they're fucking real.
Oh my god, I was in Chipotle yesterday, the day of the election, and I'm sitting there in Queens at Chipotle, and I'm listening to this conversation from these two people at a table away. The epithets and the dramatic discussion of Donald Trump and how anyone can vote for him and be with him. He's a disgusting human being. This whole running the gamut. And I'm thinking to myself, this is the most main character syndrome thing I have seen. Politics breeds main character syndrome, Rick. They breed these people who think that they are the center of the universe because everyone's trying to clamor to get their vote. And when they find out that they're insignificant or that their viewpoint is the minority and they should have really been touching grass instead of making videos, they have meltdowns like this.
Well, I would say it goes a step further because there's a nice little wordplay you use there about main character syndrome. What happens is they think they're the main character, and then they find out that instead they're just an NPC, and they don't know how to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what's been happening.
It's what's been happening, but it happens among younger people. But Stacey, I thought, the one of the biggest takeaways as far as the numbers go, and maybe you can confirm this for me, younger people went +10 for Trump compared to 2020, right?
Correct. The children of Gen X who went 53% for Trump, and you can thank us all for saving the nation
Gen
later.
X saved the world, baby. Gen X saved the world. Let's go.
We were going to do it. We told them we were going to do it.
We told them. You've ignored us long enough. Boomers, get out of the way. Done.
More importantly, they annoyed us to the point where we had to do something because Ross, I don't know about you, but I've been happy to be the forgotten generation. You don't want to bother me. Don't start none, won't be none. Fuck around and find out and all that. They fucked around too much and they found out.
As my good friend, Ordnance J. Packard said today, let's see. As we always say, wait until the people who just want to be left the fuck alone get involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
His nickname is Amish, by the way.
Yeah, he's been on the show before. We know him very well.
Yes, I'm just saying, wait until the leave me the fuck alone crowd decides to get involved. I think we're going to find a lot of the increase for Donald Trump was low propensity voters in rural areas. I think in places like Pennsylvania and a couple other states, Scott Pressler and Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk's organization got those people off the freaking couch and to the polls.
Well, that remains to be seen. If I never hear the phrase low propensity voter again, it'll be too soon. But Ross, buddy.
I'm just saying, and I want to say this as well. We all owe a severe debt of gratitude to Elon Musk for buying X. Because I truly believe without X, we would not have gotten our message out there. It would not have permeated the public consciousness because the narrative is set on X and the mainstream media still has to cover it. It still has to cover what's being talked about there. And thank God, Elon Musk is an American treasure. And if Donald Trump doesn't give that man a Medal of Freedom within the first couple months of his office, it's a failure. It's an absolute failure.
That remains to be seen. I know he's going to get something out of this. Ross, how many times have
he spent $44 million and bought 3 branches of government?
That's one way of looking at it for sure. Ross, how many times in the past time, in the times that you've been working in politics, have you been called fascist, Nazi, maggot, racist, misogynist, ignorant, stupid, garbage, deplorable, non-essential? All those names. It had to come to a boiling point, and it came in this election.
Yeah, fuck them. They woke up the people you're talking about, right? White boy summer. It took me a long time to even figure out what that was. It was pretty funny. We're going into a white boy winter, possibly, right? White heterosexual Christian males. They got up off the fucking couch. They did their thing. And yeah, TPUSA and a bunch of other people did some great stuff. Here's the problem, and don't get your hopes up, people. There is no savior like going to get the Republican Party back in line. I keep warning you people. Donald Trump is it. There is no one else. This coalition that we formed cannot be replicated unless someone steps up and becomes another Donald Trump. I'm still hoping it's a guy like Ron DeSantis, right? He kind of stepped on his own dick by running for office against the king, right? If you go for the king, you best not miss. And he missed, right? So hopefully he gets back in good graces and can carry on next cycle. But look at the Republican Party. You're going to be very disappointed. Yeah, we control possibly both houses of Congress, the White House, and we have a conservative Supreme Court. Who the fuck cares? Donald Trump had that in 2016 for the first 2 years too. And what happened? Not a goddamn thing. We didn't get the border wall passed. None of it. He had to steal money.
What we don't have.
Done. Well, and let me finish this.
What we don't have.
Let him finish. I'll go to you, Stacey, for sure.
Let me finish this because you're going to be extraordinarily disappointed. When the Senate goes into secret meetings to pick our next majority leader, you're not going to like who the fuck they pick, right? The Democrats keep threatening us with eliminating the filibuster. I've been saying this for quite some time. Call their fucking bluff. We have a minimum of 52 Republican senators plus the vice president now. Fuck you. You wanted to eliminate the filibuster? Let's fucking do it. You're not going to hold that over our heads forever. You want to expand the Supreme Court? Fuck you. Let's do it. You want to admit new states into the union so you can get 2 more senators in Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico? Fuck you. Let's do it. Let's break Texas up into 3 states. We control Congress. We'll separate them to 3 states, gerrymander them, and get 6 senators out of fucking Texas, right? But we don't have the balls to fight and win like that. Only they do. So be prepared to be very disappointed. Just enjoy the ride under Donald Trump because that's all you're going to get out of this.
Stacey, go ahead.
We don't have Paul Ryan and we won't have Mitch McConnell. Mike Johnson
Who's after Mitch
is already.
McConnell, Stacey?
Excuse me. Mike Johnson is already beholden to Trump. Trump does not need to spend.
Who's going to replace Mitch McConnell?
listen to what I'm saying. Donald Trump doesn't need to worry about the House. Mike Johnson will do whatever Trump tells him to do. That's a fact. It's already been done. He needs to spend all his political capital, every single penny of his political capital, along with J.D. Vance, getting who he wants as the Senate Majority Leader.
Okay, but now let's talk about who the nominees that are up there right now. It's Thune and Barrasso.
Donald Trump doesn't want any of them. He should pick who he wants and ram them through. Spend every bit to get the Senate.
But the question then becomes, if it's a secret meeting like Ross says, how do we know that the Senate isn't going to do what they do? That's the question. That, and that I think is the problem. It's going to do what the Senate does. Surely Trump is going to have a say in it, and it should happen with that. But if it ends up being someone with no backbone, Barrasso was the number 2 guy behind McConnell. He'll just be McConnell, but much, he was the guy, I like to call Barrasso the guy who would wind up McConnell every time he would shut down. He would be the guy saying, Mitch, you okay? In the background there. Rick, are you okay with who they're talking about for the leadership of the Senate?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. No, actually, I have heard a couple of people floating the idea of Rand Paul. That's kind of who I would prefer at this point if I had my druthers of who is in there right now that could do the job. But
okay, A, does he want it? B, will others support him? That's the problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying whether he has a chance at it or not. I'm just saying of the ones that you've listed, I wouldn't want any of them. So that would be a problem.
Rick, but Rand Paul
I say we go big. I say we go big. I say Marsha Blackburn. Let's have the first female Senate Majority Leader. No, let's have the first female Senate Majority Leader. She is supportive of Donald Trump. She will listen to him. She's from Tennessee. Let's just do it. Let's have the first female. Let's take
I don't see that happening. Judiciary. She guarantee you the senior leadership in the Republican Party are not going to look kindly to being passed up that way. That's a non-starter in my opinion. But listen, one guy's opinion. Ross, what are we about to say?
Yeah, so just real quick, there's a bunch of names flown out there too. Like, all right, Rand Paul. First of all, he never formally endorsed Donald Trump, so I got a little bit of an issue with that one too. I love Rand Paul, but he never really fully got on board either. So here's the thing: even if you're Senate leader, okay, with the filibuster in place, we still get nothing. The only way to pass something is with 60 votes, unless it's through reconciliation, which is only for financial type bills, right?
We get the tax cuts through reconciliation.
Hold on. The only other tool in the toolbox to use, because we could have used it for the last couple of years, is to shut down the government. When we're in the minority and they need our votes, we never are willing to shut down the government because we'll get blamed. When we're in the majority and the Democrats don't come along with us in the Senate, we are never willing to shut down the government. So unless we get rid of the filibuster and call their fucking bluff to pass things that we want at 51 votes, which they will do to us at some point. They have done it to us with judicial nominations. They've done it. They started that, the Harry Reid rule, right? Unless we have balls to do that or shut down the government, Donald Trump will not get his agenda passed. Bookmark this show. I'm telling you, he will not get his agenda passed.
Okay. So
you get to make the tax cuts permanent through reconciliation. Trump tax cuts permanent, reconciliation. You'll get it. You get every single nominee he wants to head every single executive agency which will then execute the Elon Musk plan to cut the bureaucracy in half. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Tell her about the Supreme Court decision that federal agencies no longer can make rules and regulations without going through Congress.
Oh, that's the Chevron. Yeah, Chevron was overturned.
The Chevron deference.
It was
the
a
Chevron
win, but we're not going
deference
to be
is
able to use
fine.
it now either.
All right, Stacey, go ahead. Chevron deference was overturned, and you were saying that you don't need Chevron deference. That's what you're saying?
Well, we don't have Chevron. Chevron deference is gone.
Right. So that means Congress and the Senate have to pass those laws. And
Well,
pass those
that means every time an agency, for some period of time, every time an agency exceeds what Congress believes is its boundaries, they have to stop them, and you may have to go through some kind of legal process to discern, was it articulated in the law or whatever. There's going to be a process to unwinding Chevron deference. It's been going on too long. It's just not tomorrow. The bureaucracy has to submit every regulation to Congress. That's not happening. It's going to take an unwinding process. What doesn't take an unwinding process is to get all of Trump's nominees through the process, right?
Yeah.
And then they're there. So as we get the Doge committee, which I do believe will happen, and you get RFK's feedback about what we need to do to cut corruption and reform the health agencies, the people that Donald Trump appoints will execute those plans. So yes, his agenda gets through. You're not going to get a bunch of laws passed. It's just not going to happen. But there's a significant amount that Remain in Mexico can come back. Don't need Congress for that. There's a whole bunch of things that can happen regardless. Judicial nominees.
Or like RFK talking about taking fluoride out of water, right? I think it's a great idea. We should look into that. That's going to be a problem. The agency, the FDA, is not going to be able to do that without Congress's input. And you're not going to get Democrats in the Senate to go on board with any of that shit.
The FDA, first of all, fluoride is put into water by localities. So that whole thing is not even what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is within the NIH, okay? And this can be done by the executive. You don't need Congress to do it. These rules were set up without Congress. The executive can take care of it. You don't get to get kickbacks anymore. You don't get royalty scientists at the NIH. You can't go work for Pfizer for 10 years after you leave the bureaucracy. Putting those things in place, and that cannot be overridden no matter what. There is no exception to that because we can't have that kind of corruption. Decoupling the agencies from being in bed with big business and big ag and everything else is something that can be done without Congress.
Okay, listen, I think it all remains to be seen. We're definitely getting into uncharted territory. And we're getting a lot wonkier than I wanted to do on a shit posting stream. But that's totally okay. And I'm glad that we can have disagreements like this because, frankly, this is what's going to end up happening. I think that, for my part at least, I think that who is in the leadership has got to run through Donald Trump. And if Trump doesn't get that, there's going to be a problem. And I also think that when it comes to that 60-vote threshold on many issues that are going to have to be passed that fall outside of reconciliation, there's going to have to be some horse trading there. I'm not saying that we're going to get 100% of everything, but I think enough can be handled through passing budgets and actually allocating money directly to things and defunding certain things that shouldn't be funded, like the Department of Education, for instance, which Trump said that he wants to get rid of and have funding go directly to the states themselves through Congress. I think that this can all be ironed out by communication with the sides. I think what Ross is trying to say here is that the precedent was set in 2016, 2017, that people, when it comes to power, tend to not play well together. You can chalk it up to it being, Paul Ryan and his agenda and Mitch McConnell and his agenda, but you never know what giving someone who has been in government for many, many years, like a John Cornyn, like a John Thune,
it can't be
or like a John Barrasso, that by giving them power that they're not going to get a little heady with it and try to modify the Trump agenda. And the fact that Trump is going to be hard pressed to get a real loyalist in the Senate, I think is a valid concern here. Until Trump actually says who he wants in there, I think the conversation has to be a little concerning here. By the way, Rick, shut up. You talk too much in this segment. What the hell are you doing?
Well, I've been basically waiting for everybody to calm down. Everybody got all heated.
Mommy and Daddy, please stop all the fighting. I can't stand all the fighting.
It's kind of what it felt like. Look, I almost agree with Ross, and I've been teasing people about it all day today. This is what I think we should do, because we keep being told now from the left that we need to reach across the aisle. First thing I would do if it were me is, okay, this is how I'm going to reach across the aisle. We're going to do away with the filibuster for you. We're going to we're going to expand the Supreme Court for you. Then we're going to pack the Supreme Court. Then when we're done with all of that and we get everything exactly how we want it, with everything that Trump wants passed, while we still have a simple majority, we're going to put all the filibuster shit back in place. So then you have to decide if you want to be the ones to undo it again.
No, they're not going to undo it. They're not going to undo it. They'll just expand the court packing. I'm never going to give my enemy a tool they can use against me. That's why I don't believe they really would have made the filibuster wide open. It's not like they're never going to lose an election again. I think they learned their lesson from Harry Reid. Okay, they might have run on it to gin up their base. I don't think it actually would have happened.
But
number one,
we thought they were never going to use the nuclear option either, and then they did. So
right, they didn't learn that lesson, I don't think, because when Biden
learned the nuclear option under Reid.
But that's what I'm saying. We kept saying for years, because they were threatening this for as long as.
And then they got smacked right the fuck around by Mitch McConnell.
And then
after they did it,
and then they still started threatening to get rid of the filibuster. If they learned their fucking lesson, they wouldn't have been running their damn mouth.
I think that was for the base. I really do.
I don't think
First
so.
of all, we have more.
I think everything that they're saying today proves exactly how fucking retarded that side of the aisle is, and that's a hill I'm willing to die on.
All right,
yeah,
Ross, go ahead.
Rick, we have more than 25 states, right? We have to stop playing like gentlemen. We have more than 25 states that are red. Theoretically, if we did our fucking job, we'd always have a perpetual majority in the Senate, right? So what are we afraid of? Yeah, we might wind up in the minority one day. But when we wind up in the minority and they eliminate the filibuster, there ain't a goddamn thing we could do about it. And when they admit 2 more states in, we will be in the forever minority, right? So call their bluff. We can't be under this gun forever.
I'm with you, brother. I'm not going to pretend I'm not.
All right, you know what? Listen, it's getting time to end the show. I want to end on a good note. It's time to do some final thought stuff here. I have one final thought I need to show everybody. This to me is one of the perfect moments of buffoonery, and you know how much I love talking about buffoonery, that I have ever seen during a campaign. I've said this before in my book, Schnooks, Crooks, Liars, and Scoundrels, a field guide to identifying political buffoons, available right now on Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, and other online bookstores. I've said that Reverend Al Sharpton is the alpha and omega of buffoonery, right? This is a tweet that was sent out by Reverend Al that our friend Amanda Kohut sent me. Results are coming in. It's tight, but it's not over yet. If you're in line to vote when the polls close, stay in line. As long as you're in line by the time polls close, you can still cast your vote. If you run into any issues, call or text the Election Protection Hotline, blah, 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 blah. The problem with this post on X was that Reverend Al sent it out at 12:15 a.m. on November 6th. Nobody was still in line at that time that I know of, maybe Nevada at the most, at 12:15 a.m. And if you look at the responses, Supergirl saying, it's overdue, Trump has got this. Oscar, I think, let me see what his name is here. Oscar Hancock 15 says, Rev, you posted this at 12:15 in the morning. It's over. Fire your intern. This, to me, is the quintessential buffoon move by the alpha and omega of political buffoonery. And to that, Reverend Al, I thank you eternally for being the thread that goes throughout my book. You're the best, man. Thanks so much for that. And I'm glad that you were right on top of the voting. So I'm going to turn it over to our two guests. Guys, thanks so much for coming on again. Rick, Stacy, I'm glad we had some lively debate here. It was fantastic to hear. Stacy, I'm going to let you go first because I know Rick has all the grift for KLRN to follow. So go ahead. Any topic you want for as long as you want.
Any topic I want for as long as I want.
Yeah. It's your final thought. It's all yours.
Gen Z is becoming more conservative earlier than previous generations, so I hold out a great deal of hope. Having a couple in my household, we raised them right. So I'm very happy about that. I think 44% of that age group is phenomenal for a Republican. And listening to the young gentleman who go to school with Megyn Kelly's son on her podcast from last night, we are in excellent space with them. We just got to work on our girls.
All right. Anything you want to plug real quick?
Not really.
All right. At Scott's Fire on X, SCOTSFYRE on X if you want to hear more from Stacy, and definitely check out all the columns that she writes that she posts on there as well. Rick, hit your grift. Tell everybody about KLRN as always, and give me your final thought on election night and this victory lap that we're on right now.
All right. So first of all, if you would be so inclined, you are welcome to follow me at RowdyRick73. You can follow our network feed on X at KLRN Radio, our new news arm at Digital Beacon US. You can find me as a daily contributor to Twitchy.com, an occasional contributor to MisfitsPolitics.com, and TheLoftusParty.com. I also produce the Loftus Party podcast, which usually drops on Tuesdays. You can find me pretty much daily, KLRN Radio, Tuesday through Friday, noon to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Also simulcast on SCHR Media in the Cali market from 9 to 1. Tomorrow I will be off because I'm taking that day off because I worked Monday. Tomorrow night I'll be back doing Jen and Rick. We haven't done a show for about a couple of weeks, so we're coming back to do that one. That'll be 10 p.m. Eastern. Friday night, I will be doing He Said, She Said with Aggie Reekin. That is 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Saturday night's Juxtaposition. That's 10 p.m. Eastern. Sunday night is America Off the Rails. That is also 10 p.m. Eastern. And then Monday, I will be my usual off with a replay and then back again on Tuesday. When I'm not doing all that stuff, I'm usually trying to sleep, which is rare. I think that's it. I think. And if not, I already said.
Where's the best place they can listen? Where's the best place they can listen to all that and more?
You can find us on pretty much every podcatcher known to man. You can find us on our YouTube and Rumble channels under at KLRN Radio, and our most popular place for everybody to listen is still actually our X feeds.
All right.
Can I do one closing thing that I missed?
Of course.
Kamala Harris ended $20 million in debt. The campaign raised over $1 billion.
Yes.
That's terrifying.
That's amazing.
I'm glad she didn't
should be very glad she's not running government spending.
I'm very glad she didn't get a hold of the government pocketbook. Holy
Yep.
shit.
Well, according to Posobiec, it wasn't a campaign, it was a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the real winners of the Kamala Harris campain are Beyonce and Lizzo and Megan.
And they didn't even have to sing.
They didn't have to do anything. It's amazing.
They had to read a speech off their cell phone. How much do you suppose they paid Cardi B to do that?
Well, you mentioned Cardi B. All right, Ross, I'm coming to you right now, but they mentioned Cardi B. I got to put up the biggest self-own of the night from election 2024. Cardi B saying, "We need a Hail Mary," and Lila Rose, who very staunch pro-life advocate, saying, "Hey, Cardi, Mary is pro-life." I loved that own. It was tremendous. All right, I had to say that. Galloway, you're on, pal.
All right. Let me get all this out. First of all, thank you, Stacy and Rick, for coming on. Had a blast. Spoiler alert to the left. All that talk about Project 2025 being our plan. Hey, it really is our fucking plan. Buckle up. Rick alluded to this earlier. Lots of talk about unity. Let me start off with this. Fuck you. No unity, right? You want unity? Why don't the left start by pardoning Donald Trump and New York pardoning? I'm not talking about dropping the federal charges just because he won the election. Pardon the man now if you want fucking unity. You started off his first election, right out of the gate with a Russia collusion hoax. You smeared General Flynn and called him a traitor. You impeached Donald Trump twice over witch hunts and hoaxes. BLM, the Democrats' militia, rioted throughout all of 2020, and the media called them mostly peaceful fucking protests. Unscientific and unconstitutional COVID lockdowns in Democrat states. They stole the 2020 election. They instigated January 6th and then accused Donald Trump of that hoax. They jailed Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, Owen Schroyer, and thousands of other non-violent protesters from January 6th. They shot and killed an unarmed white woman, veteran, Air Force veteran named Ashley Babbitt. They took the law licenses of Rudy Giuliani and many others. They canceled us. I got banned from Twitter, canceled us and censored us when we questioned any of that. They forced experimental gene therapy in the form of an mRNA vaccine on us. They threatened us with a winter of severe illness and death. They claimed throughout, after they stole the fucking 2020 election, they claimed Joe Biden was fine. We all knew he wasn't fine. They claimed the border was not in crisis. They claimed inflation was transitory. They persecuted Donald Trump over the last 4 years. E. Jean Carroll accused the man of rape, a hoax. They took $500 million from the man that he's fighting to get back. The Stormy Daniels hoax. 2 assassination attempts. Donald Trump was shot in the fucking head. Unity? Fuck you. I want vengeance.
I can't follow that up, so I'm going to say thank you guys for coming on the show. Thank everybody for tuning in. It's time to shut this motherfucker down. Thank you guys for showing up. We are out of here, but for the first time in the new Trump era, somebody play my motherfucking anthem.
Not without electoral.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risked their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home. You can be safe. There's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our government was established to secure these rights and for the good that comes from exercising them well. This is why the founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding. Because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire. Hillsdale College, pursuing truth and defending liberty since 1844.
Ready to learn some medieval combat, kiddo?
You bet, Dad. Let's do this.
You know, spending quality time with your kids is important, but finding a fun and safe way to do it can really be a challenge. That's where halberds come in. Halberds are the perfect way to bond with your kid while teaching them about history and physical fitness. Plus, they're a blast to play with. So next time you're looking for some family fun activity, grab a halberd and get ready to make some memories.
Come on, Dad. Round 2.
Halberds, bringing families together one medieval battle at a time. This commercial brought to you by the KLRNradio.com Ad Council.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
It is Wednesday.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. And we are the final act of the 4 hours for the night. Usually Wednesdays have become 6 hours. However, there was no SHR Media BZ show last night because we were all doing simulcasted election coverage for like forever last night. So we're shutting things down a little bit earlier than usual tonight. So Ordy and I will be your closing act, like has been things since days of yesteryear. or he should be with us now, and hopefully his stuff is working again. So good evening, sir. How are you? I hope. Maybe. Hello? Amish? No Amish? I see Amish. I know here Amish.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm still having headset issues, but
Yeah.
we'll run with it.
I was going to say, you sound like a robot on my end right now, so.
Yeah, you know what? Just vamp for a minute. I'm going to do a full restart.
No worries. All right, so. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson, and I'm the general manager around these parts. And if you're just joining us for the first time, we are KLRN Radio. So this is what we usually do on Wednesday nights. We usually run about 4 hours, starting at about 7 p.m. Eastern. Usually we do the Whatever Show, followed by the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. And then lately we've been running behind Enemy Alliance Radio. So for those of you that have been here with us all night, you noticed that we did a bonus off the rails at 7. We then did Conservative Curmudgeon. And then we did a crossover event between myself and Stacy for the Whatever Show and Gene and Ross for the Behind the Enemy Lines Radio Show. And we basically have been taking victory laps all day because we've all been teabagging the left, and they have earned every bit of it. I don't care what anybody thinks anymore. I know we're supposed to be the bigger, better people. I am over that because I've been being called a Nazi for the last 10 fucking years. So I have this to say to our friends on the left. If you want unity, that's fine. You know how I'm going to unify with you? It's pretty simple. We're going to get rid of the filibuster. Then we're going to expand the Supreme Court. Then we're going to pack the fuck out of the Supreme Court. Then when we're done passing everything that Donald Trump wants to have done, which as far as I'm concerned can include the very internment camps that you've been so fucking afraid of for all these so many years, we're going to reinstate the filibuster again. And then you can decide if you want to do that, because this is the thing. And I said this with Gene earlier and even Stacy. I don't want to hear that we don't think the left was ever going to do anything about getting rid of the filibuster, because we used to say the same thing about the nuclear option with Harry Reid. And we used to warn them at some point the other side, which is us, is going to get a turn to do things if you do that, and you are not going to like it. And they did it anyway. And then after they did that, the whole time our side is still convinced, oh, they won't actually get rid of the filibuster. They started making noise about doing it after they pulled the nuclear option. So don't tell me that these people ever learn from their mistakes. They have been living proof today that they don't learn from anything, because despite the fact that there was massive Hispanic turnout for Donald Trump, massive African-American turnout for Donald Trump, massive female turnout for Donald Trump, which was the exact opposite of what they expected, and white evangelical men showed up like they were running the fucking crusades and came out in spades to turn the tides, because we've been tired of being told that we are toxic. We've been tired of being told that the only real women are the ones that want to put real men are the ones that want to put skirts on, and the only real women are the ones that still have their dicks. That's why we showed up the way we did. And that's why so many of us give zero fucks anymore, because you've made us this way. So welcome to the new reality, folks. I hope you like it. Buckle up, Buttercup. It's going to be a long 4 years, especially if we do, in fact, keep the House, which it looks like we're going to, because I'm done. I'm at this point, I don't even care if Donald Trump decides to be dictator past day one. He was joking, but if you've made him decide to be serious about it, you've brought it on yourself. Do I think he's going to do it? No. Do I expect him to do it? No. Am I going to give a shit if he does it at this point? No, because every single one of you milquetoast, pearl clutching, hand wringing motherfuckers make me want to puke. Can you tell I've been up all night? Just saying. Anyway, I don't know. We'll have to wait for Amish. Still waiting for Amish to come back. He had to do a full restart. So while we're waiting on the Amish one, let's see what other kind of fun we can get into, because I just burned like a 10-minute rant, and I expected him to be back by now. So if you missed this is exactly what I'm talking about. And if I had been able to share screens with Gene better, I would have shown him this during the conversation that we were having, because he's convinced that the left is doing a mea culpa right now and doing some soul searching. I am convinced the exact opposite is happening, because listen to this.
I'm surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful that a mixed race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country.
Well, I think it.
I'm surprised at the result.
And I think you're full of shit. All right, we should have Amish back,
Yeah,
and hopefully it's working.
Yeah, the View's totally having a normal one.
I'm over this at this point because this is all I keep being told, and even Gene alluded to this a minute ago that he feels like, outside of social media, the left is actually trying to do the whole introspection thing, and they're trying to figure out where they went wrong. And no, they're not, because they don't think they've done anything wrong. They're all en masse blaming the voters for the turnout last night because they just don't understand how bad Donald Trump really is. And fuck every one of y'all.
Yeah, I mean, it's you should vote how we tell you. That's the problem when they get into. I mean, I don't ever want to be accused of giving the View more gravitas than they actually have, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, they are the elite media. They've got the stay-at-home white woman audience. So yeah, but the thing is that all of the media is so out of touch. Yeah, they did the meme. They are the Skinner meme. Is it me? Am I out of touch? No, it must be all of America.
And they've been doing that all day. That's the part that astounds me. And I've talked about this before because even with everything that went sideways in 2020 and everything that we could see for those of us that were paying attention, we still did have that moment where even on this network, we were having conversations about what didn't resonate with the voters. What was it that caused them to go the other way to the point where the left even thought that they could do some of the things that they had done. And the left isn't doing that. Even today, during her supposed concession speech, she said, I can see the results of the election, but I don't concede on the fight, and we're going to keep fighting. Fighting what?
Yeah, I mean, what are you resisting? What are you fighting? I mean, it's like a friend of mine said yesterday morning, or it was either Monday night or Tuesday morning is when I saw it on Discord. He said, they're not boarding up the windows in Portland for a Kamala win.
Yeah, no.
It's like they already knew. They already knew what was, what the result's going to be. And even my boss the other, when the last time I saw him before I went and worked the polls yesterday, I want to talk about that a little bit too. He's like, see you on the other side of the riots.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's funny to say now. I have to admit, I actually did. I mean, granted, the weeping and gnashing of teeth on social media has been great. As a matter of fact,
Sure.
I even had a little bit of fun with it because I found a post from Facebook that I turned into a screen record to tag Mark Hamill with, and it said, Mark Hamill waking up November 6th, 2024, and it's got the line from Star Wars Empire Strikes Back where he's hanging on. No. So yeah, that was fun because I was like, I don't have any way to show him this on Facebook, but I can tag him on Twitter.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I admit I've been having a little bit of fun today. But I mean, that's just it. The election was the beginning of the work, not the end of it. I talked about this. I've talked about this a little bit off and on today, and I think part of what concerns me, and I think it's just the way Decision Desk has their map set up, because when you're looking at the House race, their results don't make any sense because they're saying, as far as what they're showing, last time I looked, and I'm looking to see if it's changed at all.
I'm bringing it up right now too, so we can, yeah.
But yeah, it's looking weird.
Wait, that's methodology. Okay, yeah.
So why is it looking all weird right now?
Senate or General House. Okay.
Yeah, for some reason though, my Decision Desk feed's looking different than it did a second ago. I don't know what it's doing. Wait.
Okay, you know what? There's something going on with Decision Desk because I swear to God, before when you and G were on, when I had made that comment in the chat, I saw Decision Desk. It still had Trump at 99% chance of winning, and greater, and he had 85 million votes and Kamala had 90 million votes. I swear to God, I saw that. Unless I slipped into another timeline briefly, and then came back. It's like, we're correcting the timelines now, fixing what should have happened in 2020 or whatever.
Yeah,
Um,
I think you might have timeline jumped, my guy, because I haven't seen that.
yeah, I think so, because I swear to God I saw that, because I hadn't had a chance to look at it all day, so I was just checking it out while I was in the shower. Yes, I take my phone in the shower with me. Um, but yeah, I swear it said 90 million, and so we were gonna have to do the whole popular vote argument again.
Oh, but yeah, no. So hang on. Something's going on weird with their website though too, because it's like trying to take me some weird place. It started trying to take me to the primaries. I'm like, what the? I didn't ask to go to the primaries. What the fuck?
No, I'm looking at it right now. It's 212 for the House, 212 to 197.
Well, yeah, and that's what, and this is part of what's been confusing me all damn day, because Fox is still slow rolling every fucking thing. Fox, every time they've got it up, they're still showing like 204, I think was the last thing that I saw. But the one thing that I've kind of figured out that's been perplexing me is there's something that Decision Desk has going on weirdly with their map, because earlier they were only showing 210, now they're showing 212. And earlier when they were only showing 210, there were like 6 places, and now there's 212 and there's still 5 more. So there's something that's not jiving with the map, which is part of what was throwing me off, because I've been trying to figure this out all day. Because
Oh,
I'm
you
like,
mean they're gray?
no, there isn't. That's just it. I'm not finding gray either. I don't think.
Okay,
Maybe
well,
that's
I mean, what I'm seeing on the map is there's still um a lot. Let's see, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's like 15 races that are still in the leading, not called yet.
okay. So
Actually, there's a couple. Yeah, I'm looking. Hang on, there's some over in West Virginia, and
maybe that's
yeah.
just
So
yeah. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm not zooming in far enough to be able to see some of these.
yeah,
From
no,
the
because I'm on desktop version, so I can get the map pretty big. There's like 3 between Washington and Oregon, about 6 or 7 in California, a couple in Southern Nevada. Actually, there's
okay.
more in California.
So
So there's a lot more races than that.
so that's what's happened, is I just wasn't reading the
Yeah.
map right, because well, the other thing is Decision Desk, it keeps fluctuating. Like like earlier today, they had it at 219 to 217. Now it's at projected 213 to 222. Earlier it was 220 to something, and they had it with like a 94% chance of them retaining. Now they're at 222 to 213 with a projection with an 89.8% of retaining. So there's been some weird fluctuations going on. But Jeff noticed this last night too. When we were doing the live calls, AP would have a different result. Decision Desk would have a different result. Fox would have a completely different result. It was like there was 5 or 6 different places, and it was like different weather forecasts from different channels in the same
Right.
state. It was really weird. And I don't remember. I mean, I know that's always kind of been that way a little bit, but I haven't seen this much of a disparity. And I even tried to get Brett Baer's attention earlier today, because sometimes he'll
I saw
respond
that.
to it. And I'm like, hey, I don't understand this, because you guys are still showing the results that they had at like midnight last night. At that point, they were still they were calling like 210, and Fox was still showing like 187. I'm like, dude, why are y'all slow rolling? I don't understand. And he didn't see that one.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, God, whatever. Either didn't see it or didn't care. One or the other.
Embrace the power of and.
Probably.
So yesterday.
Yep.
Okay. This time I was working at a small voting location, 2 precincts plus myself with the voting machines. Early on, okay, so I need you to all understand how rarely these voting machines are used. They're ADA accessible machines. That's the whole reason why we have them, because California is paper ballot mostly. So my previous record was in the primaries this year of 1. For 12 years I've been doing this, has been 0. Nobody's used the machines. Just because they didn't have a need or whatever. They weren't interested or afraid of them, whatever. My county this election, they did something interesting that I really agree with, is that on the voting machines, they figured out they were able to, okay, so we got these new tablets too for checking in. So you go up to the table, you give your name and your address. They verify that you're eligible to vote, and then, are you surrendering your mail ballot? Yes. Okay. Then you sign in. All right. So from there, it's like, okay, they loaded the whole county's roster onto these. So you could go to any precinct to vote. And they set up the voting machines with every precinct's ballot. So, like, if you're from the far south end of the county and you just happen to be in the town that I live in, and you forgot to vote, or you forgot to mail in your thing, or you just wanted to vote in person, whatever, you can walk in, go sign in at the desk. They'll have your name on the rolls, and then they'll give you the receipt to come over to me to load up your ballot for you. And so anyway, like I said, primaries was my record of one user. Yesterday I had 163.
Wow. That's
why I kept texting you guys and DMing you guys, not going to make it on. Because it's like, okay, so usually when you have a precinct set up for, a population base, there'll be 3 or 4 people there, to help get the ballot, get the right ballot, verify everything, and then tell you where, give you your pin and all that stuff when you're voting in person. And the 2 precincts that were there with me, the larger precinct had 170 voters. The smaller precinct had 75. They all had tables of 4 people. I had to grab one of the people to just sit there and load voter cards for me. I wasn't even open an hour. Usually I'll just set up one machine and have the other one as backup in case something goes wrong. I had to set up the second machine in the first hour. And I just had a line of people all day. Didn't take a break. Barely was able to stay hydrated. And I mean, it was a blast. Don't get me wrong. I love people. Days like yesterday is the day that I put my partisanship aside. I mean, obviously I have a preference one way or the other, but I'm just happy to see the process working. I'm happy to see people come in and vote. The busier the voting day, the happier I am. Yesterday, I mean, I was slammed and I was exhausted when I got home. I had an absolute fucking blast because so many people were coming out to vote.
Well, it was like that everywhere. Just as an example, because I heard these numbers as I was coming back from voting, because with all the weather, I didn't get a chance to early vote this time. So I got up early and went in as soon as the polls opened. So I am, you know me, I live right outside of 2 fairly small towns. Well, I go vote at a little church. At 10 minutes before the polls open, there was a line out the door and around the building. I was number 34 to vote, and it took me 34 minutes to get in. And luckily, because I was there fairly early, I was midway through the line that was out the door and around the building. So they were basically processing about a minute of voters. So they processed 34 by the time I got in, with probably at least another 50, 60, 70 behind me in the tiny little town area that I live in. But as an example, we actually set a record for voter registration in the state of Oklahoma this year with over 2.5 million registered voters. Over 65% of them got out and voted yesterday.
Nice.
That's insane for Oklahoma. We're usually happy if we can get somewhere near 50. We had record-setting registration and 16% more turnout than we normally have. And everybody could see it, because even the guys that I know around here that were doing local radio were like, dude, we were like going around checking all the polling places around here. And even in early voting, there were lines out the door and around the building. I got text messages from the people that I know that were voting earlier. Like, dude, I've been in line for 2 hours and I'm still here. Like, maybe I won't be doing early voting this year. And I didn't anyway, because of all the tornadoes and shit. But yeah, it was just insane to see. And Jen was talking about it last night. Like, Texas, like, almost 3 million more people voted than what Trump actually needed. It's part of the reason why he's kicking ass in the popular vote. He shaved votes out. He shaved votes out of New York. He shaved votes out of California. I mean, Gene's pissed off with New York because 2 of the House seats flipped. So he's pissed off. But Trump still made really big inroads with the popular vote, which has got the Dems having fucking kittens right now, because now they're like, well, we wanted to get rid of the Electoral College, but that won't help if this keeps happening.
Right.
Well, no shit. We kept telling you that wasn't it. We just weren't worried about the popular vote before. You made us worry about it with your stupid suicide pact bullshit, which I looked into, because thanks to you, I remembered about that. I'd actually kind of forgotten. I didn't realize how big that had gotten. That is actually 15 states and Washington, D.C. Pretty much every
Right.
coastal state or regional state on the east and the west coast signed up for that shit, including I guess Colorado, because Jody was talking about that. We were laughing that if he keeps winning in the popular vote, Colorado is going to be pissed if they have to give him his electoral college votes.
Right. And California.
Yeah, I mean the thing about that is that there was a caveat there that it was only if they were going to need the votes to get to their path for 270, so he doesn't actually need them. Plus, since it didn't go their way anyway, I'm pretty sure they were, yeah, we didn't really mean it. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Was that it's like, well, yeah, I mean, we're going to give our electoral votes to the popular vote as long as it's a Democrat that wins the popular vote.
I mean that
And I was all ready because I would be the one, and I know there would not be a question for standing. I would be the one who personally brought the federal elector disenfranchisement suit against the Suicide Pact. I would have started that ball rolling just out of petty fucking spite.
I probably would have too, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, all I know is social media, even though I've been a zombie today, has been a lot of fun.
Right.
Because, yeah, we were on air till almost I started trying to wrap at 2 o'clock, and then everybody bullshit till almost 2:30. So then I finally got to bed around 3, and I had to get up at 6 to start earning feeds again. So I got a 2.5 hour nap in total. So I have been completely caffeinated all day today. It's been fun.
Nice. I got home by the time we don't do the actual counting there, but once we made sure that, all the ballots were, we had the correct number of ballots and there was nothing missing and, separating the provisional and all that, all the stuff that you have to do before you send it off to the, in our case, the county seat to be counted. So yeah, we shut the polls down at 8. I got my voting machines put away, and then helping out the other tables plus the main table was about 10:30 by the time I got out. And then just after, I mean, what is that? 6 a.m. to 16 hours on my feet. I was done.
Yeah, I can
still
imagine.
had to get up at 3 o'clock this morning to get ready for work. And hey, don't get me wrong, I was fucking energized. I was energized as all hell, and I was talking to the county recorder, and she said, "Yeah, you did 160," because she could see it. You could see all the activity from the check-in. Because that's how they'd be like, when you would go up for in-person, say I'm surrendering my ballot and I want to vote in person. When you're checking in, it's making sure that it's killing your mail ballot. So that way you're being issued a new ballot and it's invalidating your mail ballot, so it can't be used. I thought that was a pretty good security feature too. But yeah, she's like, yeah, you've got 163. The other voting machines are 24, 14, and 3. I'm all okay.
So I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but I found
I see it.
I found the most delicious gam photo I think ever.
Oh yeah. Dances are fantastic.
She looking a little rough. Just a little rough.
Yeah, that's that's as good as the that picture right there is that whole Ben Rhodes video from the documentary about the 2016 election, where he's just completely fucking gobsmacked and can't articulate a fucking sentence, and he's just sitting there, just he's just gaping like a goldfish, trying to make words come out, and just wow. Yeah, so that's the photograph equivalent of Schadenfreude.
Yeah. There's a lot of it though. I mean, and one of the things that I think I have found the most entertaining is just listening to all the people and all the pundits who for like 2 seconds almost sounded like they were getting it. And they're like, maybe we should look to see. Yeah, no, it's the voters.
Yeah.
Like, really?
No, it's our fault.
You guys just can't. You guys have zero ability, zero introspective ability at all. And granted, I know it's it's the political class and it's the social punditry class, but I mean I'm seeing it everywhere. Today was the one day in probably the last 14 months that I have been sad that I don't work at OU anymore. Because I would have loved to have gone into work today and been like, "How you doing? Oh, it's a pretty bad
Just
day
keep
over
twisting the
here.
knife.
Really, I'm so sorry to hear that. Excuse me, I'll be over here.
Yeah.
I'll be over here with my Trump gear. You know you can't wear that to work, right? Yeah, you'll get over it." But yeah, so Diane actually made it on for a little bit last night, and she had a pretty funny story. You know, the whole trash, them calling us trash thing.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
chick, this chick basically managed to turn, and this is Diane's word. She basically managed to turn a trash bag into what looked like a designer dress, complete with like decent pleats and fittings and everything else. And she came in and to vote wearing a lid that looked like a trash can, or a hat that looked like a trash can lid.
Nice.
And she was like, and I didn't tell her that she couldn't wear it because it wasn't political, but everybody knew what she was trying to say, and it was glorious. And she even made the trash bag look good. I'm like, yeah, I can see that. I think that was the biggest thing for me. That was kind of the turning point. And I have to say, the one thing that I think Donald Trump did fairly intelligently was listen to Barron and his other friend that are kind of podcaster type influencers, because they opened doors for him that I don't think he would have gone through. And I think that's why they did make so many inroads with Gen Z, was because of all the different podcasts that he went onto that I don't think he would have done otherwise.
Right.
Because if you look at the numbers, I mean,
He didn't come on ours though.
Well, yeah, but you know,
But we didn't invite him.
Maybe one of these days. But if you look at all the numbers, the one question that the Harris camp kept asking over and over again last night was this one,
Hey, where are the white women at?
because they didn't show up.
They did not show up.
Well, they
Which
did.
is
but
funny
they
because they're the ones who have been scolding us for 3 months now about how racist we were if we didn't vote for her, and misogynistic. And they didn't even go out to vote for her. They couldn't even get asked to get into their fucking Subaru and drive down to the fucking fire station.
Well, that's just it. Some of them are still scolding us and not realizing it was their own people that didn't show up. One of the funniest things for me is looking at the demographics and the breakdown, is realizing that it was predominantly, I mean, it was largely male. That much we knew. There was a decent female turnout, but for Trump it was still much more male. But it was also a rainbow coalition of male, and yet the leftists are still calling everybody that voted for Donald Trump racist. I wasn't aware.
Oh,
that
the black pundits are so mad at the Latinos right now.
It's just
Dollar Store Don King went on a little rant about how racist Latinos are. I'm like, dude, have you looked in the mirror?
I was gonna say,
but I haven't gotten to say it. I haven't gotten to say it this election. I've got to say one of my. I mean, I have a few catchphrases. You used one in the ad, and my other one is, I love this time of year because it's when everybody goes down to the fire station to overthrow the government.
Yeah, the for everybody who doesn't know the minarchy joke that I make in the ad, you can blame Amish for that. He's had that stuck in my head now for like 10 years.
Nice.
But
We
yeah,
have
my
time to
dad
talk about our Lord and Savior Minarchy.
my dad laughed his ass off when I sent him that. He's like, "What the hell?" He's like, but the whole broadcast kind of going off the rails and going to test pattern was a nice touch. I was like, yeah, the guy that put the video together, I didn't even give him any cues. I just sent him the audio and let him have fun, and he nailed it.
So another thing about yesterday too is that so we had a lot of high school kids who were running the counter, and of course you get super online people who are like yelling. There was only a couple of them who were like yelling at the kids for whatever reason, like thinking like they were going to go back and because the Utes are going to change their votes or some shit. You just way too fucking online. But I was talking to one of the kids. It was he recently turned 18 recently, and he was my last voter of the day. And he's like, I said, so what'd you think about it? He's like, you know what? It's actually kind of cool down here. I expected it to be a lot worse. I said, you're really online, aren't you? He thought about it for a minute, and he's all, you know what? I may be too online.
I mean,
This is voting. This is what I mean. They're your cousins. They're your fucking neighbors. They're your best friend's dad. These are the people who are voting, not the people that you see on fucking Instagram and on the Instagrams and the TikToks.
So yeah, the one thing that I will say, and this is coming from folks like Al that have been reporting in all day, is the oddity of the university suddenly turning into being quiet as cemeteries. Because even all the weird ass protesting has just stopped.
That's copium.
It's like, maybe we should stop now because they might actually put us in jail now. But I think
So here's my question.
Sure.
I got to, yeah. When do I get my handmade? When do I get my handmade?
I don't know. I've been told there's a catalog coming, so I'm waiting.
Okay. All right. It's like the old Sears catalog.
I don't know. I was just
Because
told
I'm going straight for lingerie and Christmas toys.
I was told there was a handmade catalog coming as soon as there's a swearing in, so I'm just waiting for it.
All
to go up
right.
so I can,
Good. Good.
But
I love the women who most frequently use that, or the kind of woman that nobody's going to want to breed with anyway.
Yeah, the kind of women.
Oh my
that
God, they're going to turn us all into handmaids. You're safe, honey.
Yeah,
You're all right.
trust me.
You're
Nobody's even gonna want to come near you with a turkey based towel. You're all right.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I think the funniest thing for me, the moment to end all moments for me today was watching her give her conciliatory speech, where basically for the first 30 seconds it almost sounded like a concession speech, and then she cuts to Tim Walz, who literally looks like he just wants to bawl like a little bitch, and I'm like, can we pause on that so I can meme it?
Yes, Jeff. We're gonna need that T-shirt.
Yeah, no, yes, yes. The answer to that question is yes.
For those of you not in the chat, with our KLRN swag, Jeff just got a T-shirt idea for "Hey, where are all the handmaidens at?"
Oh, yeah, that would be perfect. That would be awesome. And actually, we should not only should we do that, we should figure out how to make it like a video sounder and just run that. From
Yeah.
time to time. Hey, where are the handmaidens at? Oh, dude, I don't know. I mean, I will say that, the behind the enemy lines thing was supposed to be more of like a video, like a video shit posting thing and a victory lap thing, and then his co-host got a little fired up and was like, fuck it, burn it all to the ground. I'm like, I think I'm ready to go do my other show now. But anyway, but yeah, so I don't know. There's already, I guess, some contention because as everybody knows, Cocaine Mitch is going away. And I guess
Yay.
the people that are getting the nod to potentially take his place are people that nobody likes, and everybody's like, fuck that. And I haven't really been paying that much attention to that.
Rand Paul.
Yeah, he's not apparently on the short list. Needs to be, but apparently he's not on the short list. And then I guess there is some contention among the Trump loyalists because Rand Paul never actually officially endorsed Donald Trump, and they don't think he should get it anyway. And I'm like, yeah, here we go again with the bullshit.
Yeah.
Here we go again.
Here's the thing, though. Okay, so that's with the Trump loyalists. Here's my attitude. Trump is a different person after the shot to the ear. So maybe they may be loyalists and demand purity tests, but I don't think Trump is going to this time.
Not as much.
I may be wrong with that. Not as much as he was last time.
No, I
mean, he kicked Loomer to the curb.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to do that. So my guess is cold fish. Just a guess,
right? Yeah.
Just a guess.
Okay, so here's my thing. Trump, Bobby, I know you listen. You have the House, you have the Senate, you have the executive, and you have the mandate. You have no excuses this time. Because you had the first three last time, but you didn't have the mandate. Now you've got the popular vote. So there's your mandate. Do something good with it.
Well, and so
don't abdicate your government to stupid fucking people like Fauci.
So this is one of the times when my inner asshole comes out to play. Because at this point, with as much as they've threatened us with bullshit, I'm half tempted to just be like, you know what we need to do? We really just need to go ahead and kill the filibuster. We need to expand the court. We need to pack the fuck out of the court. Get everything passed that he wants to get passed. Then use a simple majority to reinstate the filibuster, and then dare them to fucking try to take it away again. But that's just me being my usual asshole self that they've turned me into. So
Take it away and then give it back on your way out the door.
I mean, because that is one point that Ross made that was fairly decent. A lot of the things that Donald Trump is going to want to try to do through the Senate are going to require a 60 vote majority, and we are not going to have that. So that could create a problem, especially if the Democrats are taking their marching orders from fucking plastic McBarbie bitch who has even less personality than a Barbie doll, who has already said today that she's going to concede the election but not the fight. Exactly what is it you plan on fighting
What does
about
that
at
mean?
this point? The majority of the voters have come out and said your ideas were shit. We have flipped the Senate in a demonstrable way. We're about to keep the House in about the same distance that we had before everybody started defecting the last time. And if we have the Senate, then a slim majority in the House is really all that we need, because there are things that we still can get done with a simple majority, like making the Trump tax cuts permanent, like fixing the fucking border, which are the things that need to happen almost immediately. But some of the things that Donald Trump has said he's wanted to do are going to take a 60 vote majority to get through the Senate, and we don't have that. So this is why I'm kind of leaning towards, while we have what could wind up being 52, 53, 54 votes with a tiebreaker, we need to go ahead and either see if we can get some horse trading done to get to the 60, and if not, just fucking nuke it, get everything done that we need to get done, that we told everybody we were going to do, and then put it back in place, and then see if they have the balls to do it next time. Because and this is where Stacey and I even disagreed, because her thing is that she thinks they were using the nuking of the filibuster as a fundraising tool. And I said, that's what we used to think before Harry Reid used the nuclear option on the judges' appointments. We kept saying they're not actually going to do it. They're not actually going to do it. It's just a way for them to get people's attention and get them out to vote. And then they did it. And then after that, they started talking about getting rid of the filibuster altogether. If they had learned their lesson after we smacked them around after they got rid of after they did the Harry Reid bullshit, they would have stopped talking about getting rid of the filibuster.
See, here's where we've been retarded for over 100 years. I mean, by we, I mean on the right. And that's the exact same thing we said about the 17th Amendment. Oh, they're not going to do it. The 16th, and the income tax too. Oh, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to. You mean they fucking did it?
Well,
and they got enough states to agree to it to make a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, I mean, I've been preaching that for pretty much since I've started doing the Daily Show, because it's our fault, and by ours I mean the Republicans, because we weren't alive yet, that ever became a thing, because they kept coming at us like the little fucking dog in the cartoon. When are we going to get that back, Spike? What are we going to do to get that back, Spike? Are we going to get it back today, Spike? Every 2 years. Ever since they got rid of it in the Civil War, every 2 years, Democrats came back and came back and came back and came back. And eventually the Republicans were like, well, surely the people will not be that fucking stupid. So let's do this. And then the Democrats use the same argument they still use, and a lot of people still fall for it. Well, it's only going to be the top 1% that have to pay it, and it's only going to be 1% of their income. So it's not even going to affect you. And then everybody's like, well, you're only going to get the rich people. We fucking hate the rich people. Go get them. We're cool with that. We'll vote for that. And then they realized that they fucked up, and then by then they couldn't undo it anymore. But yeah, and that's just, and you're right. We have every time we have been, well, surely that's not really going to happen. And then we keep saying it's not. And then they do it. And then we're like, God damn it. We really should have done this when we said we were going to do it, but we didn't think they were going to do it. And we didn't want to be the ones to pull the trigger on it. This time I'm okay with pulling the fucking trigger on it. I mean, because they keep threatening us with this bullshit every time something happens that they don't like. So I mean, at this point, I would be half okay with somebody faking the idea that we're going to start putting together internment camps for the media just to watch them shit themselves. I'm kind of really past the point of being nice, because they have pissed me off to no end over the last 9 years.
You have become that which you swore to destroy. Sorry.
It happens. And I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. What are you trying to tell me, Raptor? Listen to my brother at Carnegie. I don't know. Is that so? I guess maybe somebody on X. I don't know who that is, but I'll go find out. Anyway,
Yeah, get on that. You do that.
I don't know. I guess he's been trying to tell me that for a while, and I've missed it because he's like, last time I'm telling you this. I'm like, I don't remember the first time, but okay. Oh, anyway, so it has been a super long day for me, and I know you were up really
Yeah,
late. You had to go to
I
work.
actually I didn't think I was gonna make it tonight.
Yeah, I
But I
wasn't.
got some tea and brandy and got a second wind, or half a one.
All right. So at this point, let's just pretend we've done the whole show because we did get close, not counting the
Yeah.
tech. What have you been watching besides the polls?
I'm still watching The Pretender. Obviously I've been struggling getting through a whole episode a night. And so I think I'm on episode 15 in the first season. So yeah. The one thing I forgot about that I thought was kind of cool, it was in one of the first episodes when the first time Jared has sex, it's with the hot Latino chick from Predator.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. That was in Ranger Jared. So but yeah, so if you're ever wondering what happened to her, she still looked great in the mid 90s. So, I mean, yeah, that wasn't that long after Predator, but still.
Yeah, Raptor. I just realized who you're talking about, and I haven't really been paying much attention to him, but I did realize I do follow him, so I will look into that. So anyway, but yeah, as far as things I've been watching, not really that much of anything lately, but I did hear. I guess the final installment of Cobra Kai is going to drop this weekend, so I may actually veg out a little bit on that. I have absolutely loved that show a lot more than I thought I would, because when they first started talking about it way back in the day when it came out on YouTube, I was like, this is going to fucking be retarded. And then it turns out it's really kind of not. And the weirdest thing for me is I think Ralph Macchio and fucking what the hell is the other guy's name? I just played a clip from him today, and Scott Baio. I think they must be related somehow because both of them still look like they're in their 30s and they're in their fucking 60s. It's got to be the baby blood thing. I don't know, but yeah, it's funny because you remember the one? I think it was Karate Kid 3. The bad guy in that movie, the guy that played the bad guy was actually younger than the guy that played Danny LaRusso. I always thought that was funny as hell. But yeah, so that drops this weekend, so I'll probably be checking that out. The newest Wolverine movie, the one that has Deadpool in it, that hits Max at some point either this week or next week. So I'm kind of looking forward to that because I haven't watched it yet. I have to admit, it took a minute, but I finally did come around to Deadpool. That was a hard one for me because I didn't ever read comic books when I was a kid because the pains always confused me, which is weird because reading level book wise, I was like reading like really, really well. But for some reason, the flow of comics confused the shit out of me. So I never really got into them. So I was used to the TV version of everything. And then even though apparently, according to folks that have read it, Deadpool is probably one of the most accurate depictions of a comic book ever in movie format. It didn't resonate with me at first, but then the second one came out and I was like, okay, this isn't so bad. So I went back and watched the first one and I'm like, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. It took a minute, but now I get it. But I don't know. Maybe that's just because by that time I was desperately looking for things to make me laugh, and it did. So that may have had a lot to do with it.
Nice.
But yeah, so looking forward to watching those at some point. And then other than that, I will probably be writing my ass off for Twitchy for the rest of the week because I didn't do as much writing as I wanted to last month. So I've got to try to make up for that now.
Yeah, it's I feel bad that I still haven't gotten an article out yet because I mean I just keep getting kicked in the nuts. But yeah, I really I'm really hoping I'll have 2 days off this weekend and not have any other fires pop up. I'm hoping that was just an October thing that I'll be able to sit down and write something.
You got to stop saying shit like that out loud.
No, because generally I don't have that affliction.
Maybe I need to stop saying that. You need to stop saying shit like that out loud. Then maybe I'm the
Yeah,
one.
I think it's you. You're the one who's speaking it into the universe, and I live in my own little bubble.
All right,
Obviously.
folks. Where can folks find you? Because I am fixing to go to bed.
Oh fuck, I am too. Let's see. Are we Jux this weekend?
Yes, it is our weekend.
Okay, good. Yeah, so we got Rick and I have juxtaposition this weekend, Saturday night. Then next week I should be on Manorama panel on Rank Receive's YouTube and Rumble channel.
And
Then you can catch. What was that?
And simulcasting with us starting this next week.
And simulcasting with us now. That's correct. And also on back here with you next Wednesday and Culture Shift next Thursday. Also, you can find me for right now as Ordnance Packard on Twitter and hopefully soon on Twitchy. How about you, Rick? Where can people not find you?
Well, tomorrow you will not find me doing an afternoon show because I'm taking the afternoon off. I'll be back tomorrow night, though, doing Jen and Rick 10 p.m. Eastern. Friday afternoon doing the closing act for the Rick Robinson show, noon to 3 on Friday. Then back doing He Said, She Said with the lovely Aggie Rican at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, otherwise known as Aggie Time. Then back with you at 10 p.m. Eastern on Saturday night doing Juxtaposition. Then again, 10 p.m. Eastern Sunday night doing America Off the Rails, which we just had a bonus edition of earlier tonight. Then Monday night, there will be a best of up on our Monday afternoon. There will be a best of up on the feed. And the ladies of the red wine, I believe, are supposed to be back. So I'll be pushing buttons for them. And then Tuesday, I'll be hanging out on the Manorama panel while I am magically making the feed appear for us at the same time while I'm on the panel because I figured out how to do that with Gene. So yay. Gonna make life a lot easier for everybody because now Jeff won't have to grab the feed while we're doing everything else. And then usual stuff on Wednesday, back around doing this stuff with you. When I'm not doing all that, you can find me as starting to try to be at least a daily contributor on Twitchy.com, an occasional contributor on Misfits Politics, as well as LoftusParty.com. And I produce the Loftus Party podcast, which usually drops on Tuesdays. And you can follow along with me at RowdyRick73. You can follow along with our network feed at KLR Radio, and you can follow along with our news desk at Digital Beacon US. And I think that's it. And if not, I have said too much already. Just saying.
I've said too much. Yeah, I gotta figure out why I can't post my socials. I've been trying this whole show to get my socials to come up.
I can tell you why they changed it. On the nights that we do this from now on, I'll need to make sure that I send you the link before I launch so that you can tie your socials in because you can't do it mid launch anymore.
Okay, that explains it then.
Yeah, Jen found out last night, so. Because she was like, why will it not let me? And she went and looked it up. She said, when did they change that? I was like, I don't know, because they keep updating shit and I'm not getting my memos. All right, we're getting out of here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back Friday afternoon and then Friday night. He'll be back Saturday. I'm going to bed. He's going to bed. Check on your liberal friends if you have any, because they're not okay. Bye, everybody.
They're not okay. Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
The Hydra shall be hailed. Shield or collectivists? They don't want you to know the truth.
I don't believe you, sir. I don't believe you.
I was gambling in Havana.